Provost Buchanan, Councillors Aitchison, Bishop, Blackwood, Coombs, McCluskey and Nimmo. The agenda was issued on Tuesday the 22nd of February 2022. Hard copies of the agenda were delivered to all members on Wednesday the 23rd and Thursday the 24th of February. I have agreed that this meeting and the Council budget meeting will both be held at 10 AM today. I propose to deal with the requisition meeting first, and after the business is dealt with, Council will adjourn for 10 minutes and then reconvene to deal with the budget agenda. A deputation request has also been received from the requisition meeting. Members were advised of this on Monday with an agenda issued by email. I have been given notice of an urgent motion regarding the conflict in Ukraine. We will deal with the urgent motion before moving to the requisition business. This meeting is being held remotely and the public are excluded. This is the 19th time that Falkirk Council have met remotely. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. I'm going to go to Mr. Moody first to take the sederant. Mr. Moody.
Provost Buchanan.
Present.
Deputy Provost Richmond.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah.
Councillor Alexander.
Present.
Councillor Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bissett.
Present.
Councillor Black.
Present.
Councillor Blackwood.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Coleman.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Coombs. Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Goldie.
That's
Councillor Grant.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
present.
Councillor Hughes.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Present.
Councillor McHugh.
Present.
Councillor McCluskey. Can see Councillor McCluskey indicating present. Councillor Meiklejohn. I can see Councillor Meiklejohn indicating to present. Councillor Monroe.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Shaw.
Councillor Nicholl.
Present.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patrick. I can see Councillor Patrick on the screen, present. Councillor Russell.
Present.
And Councillor Spears.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. That takes us now to declaration of interest, and just for clarity, I'll read this out. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Have we any declaration of interest at this time? No. Okay, thank you. That takes us to item 3, which is emergency motion. Councillor Meiklejohn has given notice of an urgent motion on the conflict in Ukraine. It requires an agreement to suspend standing orders, so I'll pass on to Mr. Moody, who will explain this situation. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Thank you very much, Provost. And the issue which arises here is that the motion doesn't comply with the requirements of Standing Order 29, which requires advance notice of a motion, but it is open to the Council to consider the motion by suspending the requirements of that standing order under Standing Order 36. It's a two-stage decision-making process. You need to be satisfied as the Council that this is a case of urgency, and also that you're prepared to suspend the requirement of the standing order. And I think, Provost, the question to the Council then is the Council agreed on these two matters to allow the motion on the situation in Ukraine to be considered?
You've heard Mr. Moody. Has everybody agreed to hearing the emergency motion?
Agreed.
All agreed? Thank you very much for that. I'll now ask the leader, Councillor Meikle-John, to move her motion. Thank you.
Provost, thank you. And with the consent of the other group leaders, this motion has been moved on behalf of the whole council, all the councillors, and not by any one particular group. And I'm happy that that be the case. It's quite horrifying that the emerging situation that we see in the Ukraine, and it is really quite frightening for many of our citizens. And particularly more so for those that are right in the heart of the conflict. I think I can speak for everyone, on behalf of everyone here today, at the dismay and the horror of Vladimir Putin's shocking and unprovoked military attack on the sovereign state of Ukraine. The suffering caused to local communities across the Ukraine by the Russian military invasion cannot be ignored. And I would ask Falkirk Council, as a democratically elected body, to stand united in solidarity with Ukraine and its people. And fully support the calls for the Federation of Russia to cease its attack, to leave the national territory of Ukraine, and to respect the international treaties and fundamental principles of international law. The waging of aggressive war is a criminal act under both international law and the Russian Constitution. In acknowledging the response to date of the international community and applying sanctions against the Russian regime, it's a sincere hope that this overwhelmingly supported international response will cause Vladimir Putin to rethink his actions as a matter of urgency and withdraw fully to the Russian territory and stand down his military forces that are in and around Ukraine. Falkirk Council stands ready to assist all in the appropriate ways with humanitarian support and refuge to the people of Ukraine in this terrible ordeal, and commends the efforts of our communities across Falkirk District who have already begun to collect donations of essential items to send to those who've been affected by the conflict. I'm hugely proud of the response that Falkirk continually makes in situations such as this, and we'd hope that we'll be able to send love, support and that practical assistance as well. The principles of democracy and international law must prevail, and we must support the efforts by major international institutions such as the United Nations, European Union and NATO to safeguard liberal democracy, mutual security and economic and social prosperity in Europe and beyond. The announcement by the Prime Minister to make it easier for those from Ukraine who have families in the UK to come into the country is welcomed, but not enough. It needs to go further, so much further, in order that Ukraine refugees can seek sanctuary in the UK, mirroring that of other countries that we in Falkirk are also ready to support, as we do with all refugees fleeing war and persecution. History has shown us that war has never been a positive way to resolve conflict. It does, however, kill hundreds of people, innocent children, devastation for families wiped out, torn apart, towns and cities blown apart, economies left in ruins. Thankfully, we in the UK have never really in our time experienced such conflict, but we can see the devastation from afar, and it is horrific, and it will be much more so for those who are living in fear of their lives hour by hour. We call on all world leaders to redouble their efforts to effect a resolution to conflict and supporting Ukraine, imposing further sanctions to prevent any further needless loss of life. I therefore move the motion, Provost, that Falkirk stands in solidarity with Ukraine. We condemn the actions taken by Vladimir Putin and his government in the unprovoked act of war unleashed on the sovereign nation of Ukraine, giving rise to dark days ahead for the people of Ukraine, but also perilous times for Europe and the rest of the world. We in Falkirk stand together and send a clear message to the people of Ukraine, including those who have already made Scotland or elsewhere in the UK their home. It's imperative that the international community stands united in solidarity with continued decisive actions imposed on Putin's destructive regime to discourage further aggressive actions, and to clearly demonstrate that this course of action that you have chosen will bring it significant negative consequences. All parties must continue to press for a diplomatic solution that brings invasion to an end as quickly and with as little suffering as possible. We further call on the UK government to urgently implement measures to allow any Ukrainian refugee who wishes to come to the UK to seek sanctuary the right to do so. There should be an immediate lifting of the visa requirements to enable refugees to enter the UK, mirroring the approach of other countries. Falkirk stands ready to support, and as we do for all refugees fleeing war, persecution and terror across the globe. Council commends the efforts of our communities across Falkirk District who have already begun to collect donations of essential items to send to those who have been affected by the conflict. I therefore move the motion, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meikle-John. I'm sure that what you said there, everybody concurs with you, but I'll ask for a formal seconder for you.
I'd be happy to second that, Provost.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up now. If anybody would like to contribute. Councillor Bissett, you want to come in? You've seconded when you come. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. I certainly echo everything that Councillor Meikle-John said, and I'm sure everyone in this council is united in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. The despicable attack on a sovereign nation is unacceptable and a breach of international law, and we're going to see more and more deaths and more people displaced, as there always is at time of war. So echo everything that the leader of the council says, and just to say we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. We agree with the motion, Provost, and as it's been announced, the UK government that will welcome, to start with, 200,000 refugees. That would increase in the weeks, months follow. This country's reputation for being welcoming to those seeking refuge is second to none, and Falkirk plays a big part in that, Provost. And I'm also glad that we have focused on the unity against this barbaric actions of this Russian dictator. This is a blatant assault on freedom and democracy, and we need to stand together in the face of violence being rained down on the Ukrainian people. And I just hope that the powers to be, world powers, can bring this horrible assault on the Ukrainian people to a fast finish, Provost. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for your contribution. Councillor Coombs, then Councillor Binney.
Thanks, Provost. Obviously, I agree with all that's been said. I won't repeat it. I just had a simple question, however. I was listening to the news this morning about many local authorities using Gazprom, the Russian gas companies, for their supplies, and I just wondered, I mean, I don't imagine I'll get an immediate answer during the meeting, but I would like to know whether or not Falkirk Council has any contracts with Gazprom.
Well, if you just hold on a second, we'll maybe try and come back to you on that one. Yeah, I think at this stage that we couldn't come back with a definitive answer, but we'll try and get that before the end of today's session.
Okay,
is that okay?
That's fine. As I say, it was just while we were talking about it this morning, it was
Yeah.
in my mind.
I believe that the Chief Executive maybe want to come in this one, so we'll bring him in. Mr. Laurie.
Yes, good morning, and thank you, Provost. Really, I was only going to make the point that you've just made yourself, that we will look into that and come back with an answer for Councillor Coombs on that. Okay, thank you.
I would imagine everybody would like to know the answer.
Yep.
If it can be shared with all members. Thanks very much, Provost. Thanks.
Thanks for your input. Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to say, Councillor Meikle-John, every word echoes true completely, and obviously we're all in unity, which is very good. I just want to add a few things. Being the daughter of a Polish refugee who came here after the Second World War and settled in Scotland, he suffered many hardships like the Ukrainian people who today are being displaced and enduring all these hardships once again. And many lives, as we know, is being lost, all for control by Vladimir Putin and his autocratic government. It's important to say it's not the ordinary people of Russia who's inflicting this terrible war and displacing all the men, women and children and causing unnecessary death and suffering. I just really want to say my heart goes out to the brave and resilient people of Ukraine, and I thank my father's country for taking many of the displaced people from Ukraine. They know what it was like to be invaded. I also pray for world peace today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Councillor Binney. Is there anybody else who would like to contribute? Or we are Councillor Spears and then Councillor Balfour.
Thank you, Provost. I'm pleased to see
You're breaking up, Councillor Spears. We can't really hear you. I'm sorry, Robert, but you're breaking up. It's not, you're not coming through to us.
Today, but we're also humanitarians. They started collecting.
Councillor Spears, will maybe come back to you because you're breaking up all the time.
Only suggest that we try and help as much as possible.
Okay.
I'm having difficulty with
Right.
internet.
Thank you,
today.
Councillor Spears.
You hear me now?
Yes, we can appreciate that. We'll go to Councillor. We'll go to Councillor Balfour and then we'll come back and try you again. Councillor Balfour.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I think it's quite important we had this motion today. We've all seen the very harrowing stories on the television. I just wanted to make a mention of charitable groups in Grangemouth and Falkirk and further afield that are actually now trying to raise funds and donations for to help the people in Ukraine. It's to be welcomed, and I hope that everybody can support these organisations locally.
Okay, thank you for your input. We'll come back to you, Councillor Spears, to see if your technology is working.
You hear me okay now?
We can hear you fine, Councillor Spears. Carry on, sir. Thank you.
It's just to say that there is various organisations throughout our district that have started collecting. I would ask you to try and get your communities to support them as much as possible, especially with medical aid, anything they can donate or give that would help the refugees that are streaming into Poland and other surrounding countries. As humanitarians, we should try and be doing all we possibly can to help.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution, sir. Now go to Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Murtagh.
I'm also having some technical difficulties this morning, Provost. I don't know if you can hear me now.
We can hear you fine and see you fine. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Provost. I think, and I would absolutely echo all the words that have been said, and particularly when Councillor Meikle-Jones emphasising the wonderful tradition of solidarity that we display in the face of, unimaginable terror. I think we are all completely united in the shock that it has, seeing these pictures on our television screens has brought to our communities, and as others were saying, the efforts of those communities to come together, to galvanise, to do something practical, and it's a very human urge to try to want to help each other, and in the face of what we can see before us. I think, you know, already I can see from many of those groups who are doing wonderful work, that they're already becoming overwhelmed, and that sometimes in our best efforts to, you know, to want to help in as practical a way as possible, it can become difficult at times also to know what to do, and as much as, and I think, you know, I congratulate the groups on organising to do so. I think there are many organisations also on the ground with financial appeals, you know, with the experience of helping others and refugees in these crises who have put out appeals, who, if people are feeling they don't know how to help or feel helpless in that way, what to do, that there are these international agencies and local agencies which are also looking for help, which, you know, can provide that experience. I think one of the things which struck me in particular, and we're used to, you know, this is the first time that we have seen this situation unfold on the European continent in recent decades, and it does hit home because it is so close to home, and we have many within our communities who are directly affected. But sadly, war and persecution and refugees are not something which is rare to the world. And, you know, we in Falkirk have a great tradition of helping others, and perhaps as other conflicts are less prominent and are dropped from our screens, it can be, you know, it's difficult for those organisations also who are across the world helping those refugees and helping those fleeing persecution. So I think it's very important to remember that spirit of solidarity for all, wherever they are in the world, wherever they're facing, that we are a welcoming district, a welcoming country, a welcoming people, and that unity and solidarity extends to all, but particularly at this time to the Ukrainian people and all those in all the neighbouring countries who are directly affected, and helping those to escape persecution. Thanks, Provost, and hopefully I've got a bit in and out there with sound, but I'm hopeful that's come through.
We heard you, and thank you very much for your contribution. Is there anybody else who'd like to contribute? Are we all happy to I'm sure we're all happy to move this motion and give full support to it. So everybody agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much. That takes us to item 4. There is one motion on this agenda, which is the Falkirk Community Trust. It's pages 1 to 2 on that single paper you got. And a deputation request had been made by Mr. Ian Scott, former chair of the Falkirk Community Trust Board. He will be accompanied by Alex McQuaid and Bob Tate. So the first part of this is to ask members if they're minded to hear his deputation. Are members happy to hear his deputation?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed. Everybody agreed? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Scott, you'll have 10 minutes to address the council, and thereafter, if you hold on, there'll be an opportunity for members to ask any questions for your summarisation. Okay, Mr. Scott, you'll have 10 minutes. Are you there, Mr. Scott? You're on mute, Mr. Scott. We can hear you now. Yeah, we can't see you, but we can hear you. So you've got 10 minutes, Mr. Scott, to make your summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provost, and thank you to the members for the opportunity to speak to them. Apologise, but maybe I shouldn't, for the fact that they can't see me. That's nothing to do with your end. Apparently, it's something to do with my bandwidth, which is something I don't know anything about. That's a pity too, because I spent about half an hour tidying up my room so that you would think it was all very neat and clean. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks on behalf of Bob Tate and Alec McQuaid. We were all board members for 6 years, as you probably know. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. As you probably know, we campaigned for the last year over the council's decision taken last January to have the decision reversed. The decision, of course, to take the trust back into the management of the council. In our 6 years of service on the trust board, we helped, along with many of you here, to build a new and we thought exciting organisation which brought representatives of our community into partnership with elected representatives in a way that was innovative in its approach to sport, the arts, culture and heritage, because we saw them all as part of the same thing, things that would improve the well-being of our community of all ages. In the process, the council saved well over 12 million in the 10 years of their existence. We believe that in that 10 years, the trust was very successful, and we think that the trust shared that success with the council. I think the council took as much credit as the trust for the good things that happened. I have to say, if we didn't believe this with all our hearts, we would not have spent the last year trying to get you to change your minds. But you're glad to know today we do not want to fight an old fight. We are where we are, and we need to deal with the situation we face today and not last year. Today, you and the whole Falkirk community face a huge, serious financial situation, which has been widely reported in the press and elsewhere. And to help bridge the budget gap, you will have to make a number of serious cuts in services, maybe raise charges, maybe close facilities and increase the rates. And all of this at the time when your constituents and their families already face a cost of living crisis and have just gone through the roots of the COVID pandemic. As you know, the decision to take the trust services into council control brings with it a very serious financial penalty. The loss of charitable status will mean the loss of £1.2 million each and every year from now on. In addition, the opportunity to raise funds from external bodies who will only deal with charities might add up to hundreds of thousands of pounds more. If the trust closes as planned, it can never be revived. This is a key point. The regulations of the regulations mean that trusts like this, once closed, cannot be revived. If you go ahead with the decision, you are tying the hands of future councils of whatever party and place a huge financial penalty on all the people of the district today and tomorrow, long after all of you have left the council. Every year from then on, each year they would start with a budget deficit of more than £1 million. Now, the leader of council has been reported as saying that there will be synergies as the council and the trust come together, and it may well be true, but the financial gains of that will hardly scratch the surface of the losses. She's also argued that to change the council policy and to keep the trust would cause uncertainty and confusion among the current staff. The trust staff have been subjected to a whole year of upset, confusion, low morale and disappointment, so I have to say that it's a bit rich to use them now as a reason to continue with what we see as a deeply damaging process. The trust staff, the fact that a great deal of work has been done to bring the two together is not a reason for proceeding if the outcome is wrong. It would not be the first time that months, even years of work have been lost when circumstances changed and new decisions had to be made. Whatever drove the decision back in January, today it's no longer a party political matter. The council chief executive and the council leader have both appealed recently for councillors to work together in a common cause in a current crisis. We hope this will be the case. Everyone we speak to asks us for the same thing, cooperation. However, we also want to appeal to each and every councillor as individuals with the best interests of Falkirk District at heart to do what is right and take this last opportunity to avoid a huge financial penalty. If the trust council arrangements need to be modified and made better, then sit down and make the changes, but don't destroy all that has been achieved so far. We believe that the public understand the financial difficulties that the council faces and will be prepared to face the belt tightening that will follow. But they will not be so understanding when they realise that the representatives have turned down the opportunity to save them well over £1 million every year. In the current situation, it is completely unjustified. Ladies and gentlemen, we three have given over a very large part of our lives to support the arts, sport and heritage in this community. We were honoured to serve on the Trust Board and did so because of our love for the people of Falkirk District and concern for their well-being now and in the future. We plead with you for probably the last time to reverse the policy and spare our community the damage that is staring us all in the face. And if we can help in any way to avoid this calamity, we would be delighted to play a part. Provost, I don't know whether it's allowable or if we have time to invite Bob and Alec, Alec McQuaid to say something.
Yeah.
But
yes,
from my point, thank you very much, and I'll hand back to you, Provost, and to see if we can.
Okay, thank you. You've still got another few minutes left on your 10 minutes, so if you want to bring one of your colleagues in, if you could just tell us who you are, sir, and carry on.
It's Bob Tate. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, Mr. Tate. You've got about 3 minutes then, sir. Thank you.
I'll not take as much as that. I just want to concur and support everything that Ian has said, because we have all, the three of us, worked in this area, in my case, for over 50 years, and certainly as far as church organ playing goes. I have just retired after 53 years playing in what was Falkirk Old Parish Church. And that was part and parcel of the community effort to support classical music and to support the arts by putting on concerts and making the church available for concerts, but also, from my own point of view, starting up things like Falkirk Festival Chorus, Falkirk Trist Orchestra, classical music like Classic Music 5, Live Falkirk. So we have spent a lot of our own time. Just as you have, as councillors, you have spent a lot of your own time working for the community, and so have the three of us. And so I would concur with everything Alec, Ian has said, and I'm sure that Alec will want to say the same. If I can just say that I have got to go to a play for a church service in the very church that I was speaking about, so I'll have to leave in 5 minutes. And I apologise for that, Provost, but I hope you'll accept my apologies. And I hope Alex got something to concur with as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tate. Mr. McQuaid, we'll give you a couple of minutes. You're on mute, sir. We can't hear you, Mr. McQuaid.
There we are.
That's it. You've got a couple of minutes, Mr. McQuaid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provost. Thank you very much, councillors, for hearing us. I don't have much to add to it. Bob and Ian and I have discussed this at great length, and Ian has covered most of the issues and most of our concerns. So I'm happy to go along with the information that's been submitted so far, and appreciate, don't want to take up too much more of your time. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I'm sure that myself and all members of Falkirk Council appreciate the work that the three of you have done over the years, not just with the Trust, but in other areas. But before I move to Councillor Bissett to move the motion, I would just like to say, and my part as a Provost, I was asked by the Labour group if I would sign the requisition. You'll probably know that I was one that supported bringing the Trust back, but I thought in terms of openness and transparency that it was an opportunity to bring forward this motion, because I believe that there's some validity in it, especially in relation to the finance. So that was my sole reason. Now I'm going to go to Councillor Bissett. Yeah, but before we go to Councillor Bissett, I'm just going to ask if there's any members there got any questions to either of the three gentlemen. I see Councillor Coombs has got a hand up. Thank you, Councillor Coombs.
Actually, Provost, I don't have any questions.
Well, it's questions at this time to the speaker. The main one was Mr. Scott. So, is there any questions at this time to either of the speakers? Councillor Alexander. You're on mute, Councillor Alexander. Yeah. We can't hear. We'll come back to Councillor Alexander. Is there anybody got any questions then? Or are we going to move to Councillor Bissett to move the... No questions then? None? Okay, we'll move then to Councillor Bissett to speak and move his motion. Thank you, Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Provost. And I'd like to thank Ian, Bob and Alec for their contributions there. I think they're very, very welcome and they were quite spoken for the heart. Provost, we called this special council meeting to give members the opportunity to halt the decision to bring the trust back in-house. The Labour Group previously unanimously agreed after much debate not to bring the trust back in-house. Personally, I've had many emails and phone calls from constituents and trust employees who are concerned about the reduction of facilities and services that will ensue if we bring the trust in-house. And then there's a worry of job losses in future years. All those employees and members of the public that contacted me all want to see us continue to provide good services and develop services. I'm sure every councillor in this meeting has inquiries about the trust, Provost. Ian Scott, Bob Tate and Alec McQuaid were board members of the trust 2011 to 2017 and have very clearly given their case for keeping the trust as an alio, and I really hope their pleas have helped. The decision to bring the trust back in-house is a retrograde step and runs against the best value report where financial sustainability of the council is mentioned. We face a very difficult budget gap this year of 29 million, and if we leave the trust as it is, well, not exactly as it is, changes can be made to make the trust better, as Ian Scott has already said. We will save 1.2 million in rates relief. If we do not change our minds, we can never again create an alio like the trust and gain rates relief. The Barclay review put an end to that, if rates relief cannot be claimed. So we have one chance to change this decision. If we don't, we have lost 1.2 million in perpetuity. Recently at the executive, we discussed poverty across Falkirk and how we don't have enough finances to do more. Yet here we are throwing away 1.2 million plus grants. That just does not make any sense, Provost. The additional grant funding total since 2012-13 is almost £12 million, and that's quite remarkable, to be honest. In the first year of the trust, the council provided 73% of the trust's income, with the bulk of the remainder being generated from customers. In the full year of operation pre-COVID closures in 2019-20, the council's contribution had been reduced to only 53% of the total income. The significant growth in customer income of 69% from the trust's first year to that attracted in the last full year of operation in 2019-20 has been a key reason for this improvement and reduced dependency on the council. Subsidy has been reduced on a year-on-year basis, and had we kept the trust as it was, the subsidy was planned to reduce over the course of the 5-year business plan program. So a wee bit on governance. Some members said it was a lack of scrutiny and governance and cited this as a reason for bringing the trust in-house. So to clarify this, I can tell you the trust reported to the council's external scrutiny committee once a year. Internally, the trust held 4 board meetings per annum. There were 2 subgroup meetings each year and 4 audit and performance meetings each year. Every year, the trust submitted its business plan to the council for the following year, which was always considered at the budget setting meeting in March. The 5-year plan showed good planning for the delivery of community services with the objective of achieving the objectives of the joint council and trust approved strategic plan, Inspiring Active Lives. That covered a 10-year period until 2024 and remains a live document. There are councillors on the trust board, so overall we see much scrutiny and governance of the trust. If the councillor and councillors wanted to change anything, then their ideas could have been reflected in any change in the Trust business plan. So if we are saying the Trust was not performing as it should, then we have to consider our role in that. I've heard it said that there are synergies that can be achieved by bringing the Trust back in-house. Now, this is a word that is a cover-all and provides no detail. The meaning of synergy is the interaction or cooperation of two or more organisations to produce a combined effect greater than the sum of their separate effects. However, we already had that cooperation with the Trust. We even produced, as I said, a joint Trust Council approved plan. So if we want more synergy, we simply sit down with the Trust again and draw out that detail. Bringing the Trust back in-house will result in closure of facilities and services. I have no doubt about that. It's as we do not have the capacity in the Council to make savings. The common themes across the Trust and partners' strategic plans that are particularly important for culture and sport can be summarised as reducing inequality, reducing poverty, promoting health and mental well-being, giving children and young people the best possible start in life, and working with communities. These are all priorities that are in sync with the Council's priorities. Under the Council's place priority, the Trust also plays a role in growing the area's economy, attracting inward investment and promoting vibrant town centres. Calendar House and the Helix, both Visit Scotland 5-star attractions, have a key role in the area's tourism development. The Trust works closely with partners who visit Falkirk to implement tourism initiatives. There are so many positive outcomes of leaving the Trust as it is, Provost. So, Provost, in closing, I plead with all members to think carefully and perhaps change their minds for the benefit of the people of Falkirk District. I will now formally move our amendment, Provost, which is Council notes 1, that Falkirk Community Trust is due to transfer to the Council on the 1st of April. 2, that this results in the loss of around 1.1 million in rate savings each year in perpetuity. 3, that the budget gap faced by the Council this year is unprecedented and is exacerbated by this loss. 4, £1 million of cuts in Trust services proposed, which will only result in balancing the loss of the rate savings. 5, this is the last chance for the Council to change its mind, as the rate savings would not apply on any future transfer from the Council to a charitable trust. Council agrees that all work on the transfer of the Trust back to the Council should cease, and Council resolve that the Trust remains the provider of all its current services. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Bissett. Have we got a seconder for your motion? Councillor Nimmo.
Yeah, thanks very much, Provost. I'm happy to second the Labour Group's motion in this respect. I think Councillor Bissett set out our position exactly as we determined. Now, I would also support Ian Scott and his colleagues in relation to the statement that he's made there. Quite clearly, the previous decision to bring the Trust back in-house was not based on sound financial advice. It was purely a political decision taken by the SNP and the Conservative group at the time. But that decision will have serious financial repercussions for this council in the future. There's no getting away from that, as we're going to see in the budget meeting that's coming after this. The amount of money that's going to have to be cut yet again from the council budget is significant, and we can't afford to bring the Trust back in-house when it's going to cost us £1.1 million per year every year in the future. It's just not acceptable. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to the Leader of the Council. I believe she's an amendment.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks to Ian, Alec and his colleagues this morning for their contributions. It was good to hear from them, and I know that I've had many conversations with them over the last little while. Just to say that I'm really surprised at some of the comments from Councillor Bissett. That they're getting he had lots of emails, because I've certainly not had very many emails other than from Ian and a couple of the other ex-directors. I've certainly not been contacted by staff who have had any concerns. So I'm really surprised, and I would have thought that in order to have changed my mind or any of my colleagues' minds that would have been who you would have actually wanted to target. So I'm really surprised at that, and if Councillor Bissett wishes to share that, I'm more than happy to respond to them around our decisions. But again, this is an ill thought out motion brought forward with no thought really for the implications for the services, for the trust of the council workforce, nor the rest of the council service, not to mention total disregard for the democratic decision that was made by the council. The agreement to bring Falkirk Community Trust back in-house was not an easy decision, nor was it taken lightly, but it was clear that the current arrangement was not going to be sustainable, and with the trust only being able to make savings through building closures and service reductions, which were continually rejected by members as a result of that, the burden was placed upon other set parts of the council service. And we are seeing a little bit of that burden as we go through our budget process today. And this, as a result, is adding to the very, very difficult decisions that members have had to take this year. We also had members on the trust board who were part of the business planning process, who would then support the business plan that would be brought to council, who would then vote against it. And that's why it is not sustainable. And that's why there is a need for that single decision-making process, because what all that did was create a vacuum, and that if left could inevitably see many decisions taken out of hands as income faltered and buildings failed, with the council not having the capacity to invest in replacement or refurbish. Bringing the trust services back in-house will therefore open up opportunities to look at other ways culture, leisure and sporting activities can be provided in a shared way across the council estate, and with it bring potential efficiencies and savings. This recognises that the services that are provided are very vital and very much supported and recognised that by the trust, but they do need to look to modernise, and there are ways that efficiencies can be made. The trust has never ever managed to deliver on the savings that were asked through the council, or indeed negotiated with the trust. It's important that integration into the council is given some time to bed in, and to enable the council to take an innovative approach. And that we've seen successes in other councils across the country where that has happened, and that is really what's intended. And we will see synergies. We will see synergies with our education service, our health and social care partnership, and within our culture and tourism. And again, that's why there needs to be a much more joined up approach. The decision was made a year ago to bring Falkirk Community Trust services back into the council, and that decision has gone through a democratic process. Since then, there has been no material change that would influence that decision, particularly at this late stage. The motion doesn't recognise that since the decision was taken in January 21, there has been a lot of positive and constructive work that's been undertaken by both the council and the trust staff to prepare for the transfer, with discussions having been on with trust staff to welcome them into the council. And those that I have spoke to have been very positive on that and keen to come back into the council because they could see opportunities for themselves as well. It's a bit like the weak budget papers. It's just creating even more anxiety and uncertainty amongst the staff on both sides and all sides. To reverse the decision at this stage with only a few weeks to go would mean that all that good work and goodwill from staff on both sides would be lost. Hugely unsettling for staff transferring, and would reflect negatively on the council's decision-making process, with the potential for significant reputational risk to the council around our process and us as an employer, and would certainly attract further interest from the Audit Commission. The best value audit did not contradict or make negative comment around the decision, and that's often been misquoted. It didn't take a view on the decision. What it did say is if the decision was made, we should get on with it and make it work, and that's exactly what we should be doing. To flip-flop and to reverse a decision would bring significant implications for the structure that the council's agreed, and that will all have to be unwound, and the implications of that. In fact, the trust would also have no further staff, would bring further financial instability and uncertainty. Therefore, I'm going to move the following amendment and hope that we can move on and get on with the crux of today's meeting and move on to our budget. Council acknowledges that it's now over a year since the council took the decision to bring Falkirk Community Trust Service back into the council, and that the decision was reached through a democratic process on the basis of a full report setting out the pros and cons of the decision from the Chief Executive. Council acknowledges that there are no material change in the information set out in the report. Council recognises that since the decision was taken in January 21, there's been a lot of positive and constructive work undertaken by both the council and the trust staff to prepare for the transfer, with discussions having been going on with the trust to welcome them into the council. Therefore, council agrees to reverse the decision at this stage with only a few weeks would mean that all the work and goodwill from staff on both sides would be lost. Furthermore, would be hugely unsettling for staff transferring and would reflect negatively in the council's decision making. Council therefore agrees to uphold the decision previously taken to reintegrate the trust Falkirk Community Trust Services back into Falkirk Council as planned. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much for your submission. Have we got a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Kerr.
I'll second the amendment with the right to reserve to come back, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Well, at this stage, we'll ask Mr. Perry to put it on screen so that members will get an opportunity to look at it. Mr. Perry. And Mr. Perry has emailed it as well. Thank you. We'll give them. Everybody, I think, has had an opportunity to see that. I think it just simplifies the situation as far as Councillor Meikle-John has stated. I'm coming now, open it up for debate. I'm going to Councillor Coombs first.
Thanks, Provost. I don't have questions for Ian or Bob or Alec. Just gratitude for their service on the trust and in the wider community. I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Smale, if that's okay.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay, thanks. Brian, can you just remind me what the net cost is to the council bringing the trust back in-house would be? And this is the figures that you set out on the original report, as the council leader said, that was referred to and taken into consideration before the decision was made last year.
You, Provost, and good morning. The most up-to-date figures are set out on page 23 of today's budget report, and they cover a gross cost of lost non-domestic rate element of 1.4 million, netted off against VAT benefit of 200,000. So the net impact is 1.2 million, Provost.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brian. And again, referring to probably the budget papers, but in connection with this, because obviously it's one council, it's one pot of money. Am I correct in saying that this year's funding gap of 29 million and next year there's going to be £20 million shortfall in council's finances.
Right.
Yes, Provost, both these figures are correct and reflected in the budget report, which we'll come to shortly. So yes, the budget gap for the current, well, the forthcoming financial year, 22-23 is 29 million, and the projected gap based on presumed decisions taken today for 23-24 would be just over 20 million.
Okay, and as financial director, can you see any likelihood of improvements in the council's financial situation? I mean, that's this year and next year. Is there something coming down the line that might improve this financial situation?
I think without question, Provost, there's a very challenging environment ahead on a number of fronts, inflation being an obvious example, rising interest rates is another. And again, those factors are set out in the budget report. They are projections based on best intelligence at the moment, and things can change. We are expecting multi-year grant settlements from the Scottish Government in May, June, which is a significant innovation and development and a very welcome one. And it may well be, for example, and recognising grant is the biggest element in the budget mix, that proves to be better than we've assumed. And of course, that would be very, very welcome. There is linked to the long-standing issue of fiscal flexibilities, one element still to be resolved, which will hopefully be achieved in the next few months, relating to the treatment of the PPP service concessions for schools. And we would expect to get some dividend from that. But until we know the specific rules, it's impossible to say what that will be. So there is some positive prospects, but I would say the overall climate is one that is going to be very, very challenging. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks for that, Brian. I don't know who this would be a question for, perhaps Malcolm. I'm aware, and just given that the SNP group in Falkirk are so dead against keeping the charitable status of the trust, which, as we have just heard, has obvious financial benefits to the people that we serve. Am I right in saying that the SNP government have just decided to turn a public body into a charitable trust? And by that, I'm referring to Historic Scotland. So as a model of running services, the government seems to be saying that it's a good idea. I don't know who would...
Is there any officer out there who would like to take it up? Any response?
Okay, it's maybe, it may well be a political question, but I just want to put it out there that the government does seem to think that making what were originally government bodies charitable trusts, because they can see the benefit of it. So I find it strange that, and am I correct in saying that Falkirk is the first council to actually dump this model? Because there are many other councils that still run these facilities with charitable status for the obvious benefits. And it wasn't mainly it wasn't created to make savings. It was to try and protect the leisure and cultural services, because we knew that the direction of travel for council budgets was obviously looking rather bleak.
I think we'll get the Chief Executive want to come in this one. Mr. Laurie.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Just very briefly, direct response to the question about whether any other councils had done this. The other example I am aware of is North Lanarkshire, who took a similar decision to the one taken by this council a number of months before we did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm vaguely aware of that, and I thought that they were in, there were other issues rather than just the running of the trust that caused that decision to be made. However, I just had, as I said, there are many councils that are doing it. We seem to be the only one that's bucking the trend, even though, as has been pointed out by Councillor Bissett, they did improve the commercial activities of it. But I honestly, I think, why would we and why should we change our minds about bringing the trust in-house? Well, I think because it's no longer theoretical. This is real, and the consequences that we now know, which we didn't before, we now know that the facilities that are under threat, and Muirravenside Country Park, Bowness Hippodrome, Bowness Rec Centre, Bowness and Grangemouth Town Halls, 4 of our libraries, and Grangemouth Stadium, and many, many others. Now, the budget we will vote on today bakes in an unspecified £750,000 that has to come from these closures. You cannot make £750,000 worth of savings through clever use of your paperclip fund. So, in effect, this budget is a vote for closures. It just won't tell you what these closures are. We need to be open and honest with our constituents. There will be closures. There'll be this year, there'll be next year, and there'll be every year until the rates bill on the buildings is affordable.
Right.
The SNP and Tory councillors may hope that the closures are not in their patch, but they need to understand the consequences of a zero-sum game. What's saved in one ward will have to be paid for by closure in another. We also know the complexities of the strategic property review and the minimal £6 million fund that's available to implement that. The driver to save 1 million every year, just to break even, will mean that closures will have to take place quickly, long before alternative facilities can be provided in the secondary schools. Even if you suspend your disbelief that the equivalent facilities are possible in buildings that were never designed for community access. In fact, I'm sure we're all aware that after Dunblane, the schools worked very hard to maximise security and to keep the general public out. We also know, because it's in the national planning framework, the importance of the SNP government, the importance of 20-minute neighbourhoods. Community-based distribution of libraries, sports centres and council halls and community halls is exactly what we should be holding on to. To close these facilities is incoherent in the context of 20-minute neighbourhoods that we are all supposed to be supportive of. Let's give the new council time to review this situation along with the other factors that the SPR is trying to take into account. Of course, if you believe that councils shouldn't run libraries or sports centres or halls, if you believe that closure will be popular, if you believe that the equivalent provision can be provided in the secondary schools, if you believe that 20-minute neighbourhoods is just a policy fad, if you believe that closing Bowness Hippodrome and the Town Hall at the same time as spending £45 million on a new art centre in Falkirk is politically astute, and if you believe that telling people there will be closures is just scaremongering, and come September, no one will hold you responsible for the closures that you will have to make happen, then please vote against this motion. If you also believe that Ian Scott, Bob Tate and Alex McQuaid don't have a clue what they were talking about this morning and that their time was wasted on the trust board, then please vote against this motion. But if you do vote against it and confirm the decision of the abolition of the trust, then be aware that if you return to this chamber, you and you alone will have ownership of every closure that you have to announce over the next 5 years. Changing your mind due to changing information is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strength. As we know, there's a lot has gone on and changed within the past year. Our financial director stated in this report and in every report that this has brought up that if we do not reverse this decision today, there will be a net loss to the council of over £1 million every year from now on. Surely that's not the legacy that we wish to hand on to the next council. Please, please, please let the new council reconsider the decision and the consequences, and let them develop a long-term property strategy that meets the people's needs. It's ludicrous beyond belief. It's not a financially astute decision. We know that. And the people out there are wondering what the driver was. I think as politicians, we all know what the driver was for this decision, but surely that's history now. Let's move on and work together, as the council leader said, and as Ian Scott referred to earlier.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. Councillor McCluckey's got his hand up. Then we'll go back to the leader's got her hand up as well. We'll go to Councillor McCluckey. He's been waiting some time. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Provost, thanks for letting me in on this important item. I believe that there had to be better working between the council and the trust. I've always believed that, and I believe that some ways that has, over the period of the last few years, developed. But there's some inaccuracies into some of the statements here today. I admire Ian Scott, obviously. As I said, I had the privilege of being on the trust board for a period and seen for myself that the aspirations of the people there. Also, I've listened over the years to people like the previous Provost, Pat Reid, who was very supportive of the arts and the people in Falkirk. And as I say, so, you know, I don't discount and I listen earnestly to people like that. The things that was changed today, saying the trust didn't deliver on budget decisions before. The trust did arrange to meet the cuts that the council asked of it. But the fact is, to make savings in the trust meant closures, and the council didn't agree to the way the trust was going to meet the savings. So to say that the trust wasn't prepared to meet the savings proposals in the past was incorrect. It is not correct at all. They gave papers to the council, and the council turned them down because you can't make savings on things like the trust. Many of things like libraries and that doesn't make any money, and the arts and that, and without that kind of thing happening. There was also saying that we don't want to frighten people, that papers were leaked. Papers were leaked on the revenue budget, but you know, I think if the papers had been leaked on the trust, you know, the people would have been marching up and down in the street. Now, I'm not allowed to say. I'm reminded by our legal advisor that I can't, because we heard how the savings could be met by the trust only a few weeks ago, which surprised me when the leader of the council says there's no material change. But in listening to a budget working group presentation to how they could make the savings over the next years, certainly frightened the life out of me. And you know, I'm not allowed to mention it, but to say there's no material change, I think is extraordinary. To lose over £1 million with rates, and then there's obviously charity donations, and then to meet the share of cuts would certainly be, you know, over £2 million a year. Now, I would like to ask, obviously, our director, what the trust income is as a total, to know how much the trust is, and to see the kind of percentage of cutting £2 million a year from the organisation. What collateral does the trust belong? How much you know, does it stand? 8 million, 10 million? What does it stand, so that we can see the severity of what is going to be reduced each year. So I would
Okay.
like to ask Brian that.
Brian?
Thank you, Provost. I think maybe the first point to make is that clearly the Trust's income has very much been distorted by the impact of COVID initially, severely, but happily, as things have improved on that front, so has the Trust's income, and indeed the contribution the Council has made to the Trust has been supplemented, and in those terms, I guess, distorted by the additional resource needed to balance or help balance that loss of income. But overall, as a reference point, and accepting those caveats that I've just made, Provost, typically the Trust's overall budget would be in the order of about 21 million, with perhaps about 12 million coming from the Council's contribution. So something in the order of 8 to 9 million would be the income. But as I say, the figures are very much distorted because of that backcloth I've just described. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Provost. It was just to get a kind of percentage of what these kind of year-on-year savings cuts, whatever we call them, how they could be achieved, and for a trust of that size, when, as I say, is most of the things that they run is obviously doesn't make an income. So thanks very much for that. We'll leave it at that, Provost.
Okay, thanks for your contribution. It's Councillor Meikle-John, Councillor Blackwood and Councillor Balfour. That's the three hands it's up. And Councillor Alexander as well. Thank you. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. Now, where I've spoken, so I've got a couple of questions I would like to ask. I would like to ask the Chief Executive and his experience around multi-use and the public being able to access schools for activities. Is that something that is happening elsewhere within communities quite successfully?
Yep, Mr. Laurie.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I mean, I would say that is the main thrust of how councils up and down the country are updating and improving their property portfolios, their facilities for the public. It's the main way of reducing revenue costs. It's the main way of driving income improvement, and it's an important way of meeting climate change obligations. So what you do see, and I suppose I'd speak directly of my experience in Midlothian as Chief Executive there, and to be fair, I've said this to councillors many times before, that where a school, a health centre, a library, a swimming pool, leisure facilities were separate, if you bring them together, albeit that might initially be controversial, once you have done that, you tend to find that there's a high degree of buy-in, much greater usage, growing income, and reduced costs. So that is an approach to a strategic property review as a way of improving services and improving the financial position. It's perhaps also worth saying that, and this relates to the discussion which took place at the budget working group. There were proposals brought forward by the Trust, but they were from the Trust, and it wasn't appropriate to bring them forward when the Trust was no longer going to be a separate organisation in the new budget year. So the idea and the proposal in relation to the savings, which would be generated in this year, the review which is yet to take place, because of course the focus has been on the process of integration, which is now well advanced. But it's about savings in integrated services, not simply the trust services, but the combination of trust and council services, which comes about as a result of the integration. So the efficiencies from integration, the avoidance of duplication, the enhancement of commercial activities, the joint use of facilities, service improvements that we would endeavour to achieve by bringing services together, endeavouring to grow income back following COVID, and a number of other factors. So that review, which takes place this year and is set out in the budget papers, cannot simply be about property, because our decisions on property need to be taken into context of the council's strategic property review, and clearly the proposals that came forward from the trust, which were seen by the budget working group, were not related to the strategic property review. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. And the Chief Executive very neatly anticipated my second question there. So I thank him for that. And I think by raising the number of buildings that Councillor Coombs has, I think that is very much scaremongering within our communities. A point where we've not had the opportunity to have discussions about what could happen in that review. The other question I wanted to ask, and I don't know, it might be Mr. Smale in relation to this, is the external funding that is brought in by Falkirk Community Trust. Is much of it tends to be project specific and not for core services, and therefore is designed for a particular purpose. And that is very welcome, because it particularly around health and social care. However, some of the bidding that is done through the trust isn't necessarily restricted to a charitable status, and that the council could well access a proportion of that just as its own status. I just wonder if Mr. Smale would be able to indicate if there's a proportion, or if we know the detail around what could be purely charitable and what would be able to be accessed by council.
Ryan?
Provost, I would confess that I'm not able to answer the question in definitive terms, but I would agree with the comments made by the leader that the additional funding does or would tend to be linked to specific added value projects, and that the availability of accessing external funding may in some occasions be fettered by not having charitable status, but there will be other avenues where that would not be the case. So I'm afraid my answer is maybe more generic than the leader would have liked, but at this juncture, it's the best I can offer. Thank you.
I believe the Chief Executive wants to come back in this one. Councillor Meikle-John. Mr. Lawrie?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I think it's just worth saying that the largest grant is the one that comes from Sports Scotland. So there was a meeting involving both the Chief Executive of the Trust and our Director of Children's Services within the last couple of weeks with Sports Scotland, which provided them with reassurance about the action that we're taking in preparing for the transfer of services. So that is the most significant grant. I did have a discussion with the Chief Executive of the Trust this week, specifically touching on this aspect. And his response really reflected what Brian said to us a minute or two ago, that it's kind of swings and roundabouts here. So there are some avenues in relation to grants or funding which may be closed off, and others that will open up. But as I say, the the most significant grant, the Sport Scotland one, we've worked closely with Sport Scotland, and they do seem to be very much reassured that the actions we're taking, the work we're doing, is satisfactory from their perspective in terms of the continuation of the grant funding. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Meikle-John, when you're on?
Oh, I think that's me for now, Provost. Thank you.
No, thank you. We now have a queue. It's Councillor Blackwood, Councillor Balfour, Councillor Alexander, Councillor Coleman, Councillor Nimmo, Councillor Aitchison. So it's Councillor Blackwood first. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, we've already heard from other speakers about the financial strains bringing the trust back into house will cause, and I also believe that going forward we can only see cuts in services. But adding to this, the decision to break the trust up into and giving the responsibility to 3 different departments, council departments, this can only lead to an additional pressure on the 2 senior officers who already have a heavy workload. And it's no surprise that we're seeing some senior officers abandon a sinking ship. Provost, there's an age-old saying, this is a bit divide and conquer, and this is more like a divide and destroy going forward. And I hope they reverse this decision and keep the trust as it is. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you for your contribution, sir. It's now Councillor Balfour, followed by Councillor Alexander. Councillor Balfour.
Thanks, Provost. Just a couple of points, really, and I have a question as well. I seem to remember discussing one of the cuts that was put forward by the Trust some time ago, and I spoke on it at the time, if I remember rightly, and that was to close the kiosk in Zetland Park. Now, as far as I understand, it costs something like £8,000 a year to run that kiosk because it's only open part-time. At the time, we rejected that closure. So what's happened now is there's a new organisation that are now going to take over that kiosk and run it as a going concern for the park. A park which I've got to add has had millions of pounds spent on it, and an awful lot of work done by the council and the Friends of Zetland Park and other parties. The park is getting busier all the time. There's visitors from all over the place coming to visit, and currently the kiosk is still open. Now, one of the other things that I mentioned at the time was we've got the flood protection scheme, and part of that means that the toilets in the park that are on the side of the kiosk are going to get demolished, and there's going to have to get new ones put in as part of the flood defences programme. And also, had the closure taken place at the time of the kiosk, we would have got absolutely nothing back on that. So as far as I understand it now, because the kiosk is still in use, we'll get a brand new kiosk and a brand new toilet as well, which can only be welcomed in the park. I've got a question now to do with the cost of the work that's been done up until this point of the transfer. Can anybody give me a kind of rough cost of officers' time and everything else that's included? Its cost up till this time, and how much that would just be wasted if we don't just keep things as they are.
Is there any officer out there that wants to come in on this one? Mr. Lorry.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I mean, the issue of cost thus far is not a straightforward one, because most of the effort so far has been in terms of officer time. So members will recall that I brought forward a report with a project plan in relation to the transfer in June of last year, and myself and the directors and the chief executive of the trust and colleagues in HR and legal and finance have been working through this over the last 8 or 9 months or so. All aspects of the project plan are on target for completion. All appropriate arrangements are in place to ensure a smooth transfer. All work is nearing completion, but the vast majority of that has been officer time. There are specific elements of expenditure, for example, in terms of some of the work on rebranding, which I think the value is in the region of £20,000, and there will be a number of other areas of expenditure. But as I reported, and as I said when the council took the decision in January of last year, it was, a big, challenging, complicated project to reintegrate the trust. But that the work done by both those in the council and indeed those in the trust has been, very comprehensive and very impressive to ensure that this can be done smoothly and well. So my apologies, I can't give more information on the specific financials, but as I say, it's really officer time and resource, both from the council and from the trust, which has been the primary aspect of this.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks for that,
David.
Provost. Yeah,
Okay, thank you. It's Councillor Alexander.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine now, sir. Sorry we had to leave you.
No problem. I'll be brief, certainly much briefer than some of the other speakers in particular. I might even stick to standing orders in terms of speaking. And I wish that member would do also. I'd just like to say, first of all, a statement was made that the SNP must believe that the three members who have addressed us today are stupid. I have nothing but the highest regard for those three members and the contribution they have made to Falkirk and to us in particular in the arts. It's not the case that we believe they're stupid, it's just we believe that they're wrong, and that's a democratic right from our part, an equal democratic right for their position to be appreciated. Now, it says that it's been said that the trust be a small organisation, better place to make the savings that necessary. Can Mr. Can Mr. Sorry, the names just slipped out of my head there. He's only been in the Director of Finance for the last 10 years. You know who I'm talking about? Brian. Brian. Can Brian confirm that at no time has the trust ever reached its target, and that each year, the financial year, the projections of a gap within the trust funding is widened? As a classic case of a small organisation being hit by a significant level of external funding cut size. Also, I know that, and I agree with Councillor Coombs in this one, that there's there are threats of closure. 4 libraries was mentioned, quite a significant list. Whose proposal are these? The trust that has proposed these cuts, not Falkirk Council. Equally, how can we possibly say that we are leaving this organisation open to democratic scrutiny when we won't allow the trust to be opened up for members of the public to listen to discussions? And there's only some time later that we see the trust being opened up, but from the minutes rather than the organisation itself. So, you know, a lot of citizens don't understand why Mrs. Coombs in particular, I admire her for the stances she's taken. It's a whole political stance, and politics are politics. Often two different persuasions or persuasions or organizational preference. So, you know,
One Provost.
sorry, the bottom line is
I'll come back in a minute to you, Councillor Coombs.
the bottom line is that most of what Councillor Coombs has said can be challenged, both factually, both policy wise, and in terms of the trust. For example, what was the trust, and Brian could maybe answer this one, what was the trust proposal for a wage increase for staff during negotiations for this financial year when our staff were offered the 2% pay rise? What were the trust staff offered? And I'll leave that for there's two questions in particular answered.
Okay, thank you. Well, before we go to Mr. Smale, we'll go to Councillor Coombs for our 18-1. Councillor Coombs? No, we'll just go to Mr. Smale then. Mr. Smale, you heard the questions there. Councillor
Provost.
Coombs, are you there now?
I am, sorry, thank you very
what's
much.
What's your 18-1?
When my understanding of what Councillor Alexander said is that these were trust proposals. And yes, of course, they were trust proposals, but they came from the council's request to bring forward.
Okay.
So I think it's a very grey area to say the trust wanted to close proposals. The trust was told to save money, and therefore
Excuse
had
me,
to bring
Councillor Coombs, that's not an 18-1. We'll go to Mr. Smale. And sorry to interrupt you, and I'm not being disrespectful, but Mr. Smale, there was a couple of direct questions for Councillor Alexander in his summary. Did you pick them up?
I think I'm clear on the first question, which I'll attempt to deal with now, Provost. And clearly, if it's not the case, Councillor Alexander can come back and supplement the position. So I think the first point was generally around the process for considering trust savings by the council. And under the funding agreement that has been in play during the existence of the trust, that requires the trust to bring forward savings proposals, which are asked for by the council, and they come from the trust, are typically, albeit the case is different for obvious reasons this year, but typically that would be considered by a meeting of the council in December, and that's used as an opportunity for members to reflect on the proposals and to give feedback to the trust board, which allows us to gravitate by the time the formal budget meeting takes place to hopefully an agreed position. And if we take last year as a relevant and specific example of that process, what happened last year was that, having submitted savings proposals, council agreed that there would be a meeting with the trust chief executive and chair, and from the council side, the three group leaders, supported by the chief executive and myself as chief finance officer. And that was a very productive meeting. But one of the points that came out of the meeting was that there were certain criteria which was agreed to be fundamental to the council's evaluation of the savings. And they were: compulsory redundancies were not acceptable, Options needed to be placed in the context of the strategic property review, and we also needed to have proper regard to the community engagement process. And from that, the council gravitated to a position where certain savings consistent with those criteria were agreed, but others were not. So hopefully that, both in general and in more specific terms, outlines the process. On what I think is a second question, and I must confess I may not have caught this accurately, it was around pay awards for trust staff, and were that to be the case.
Brian,
sorry,
we'll just clarify with Councillor Alexander. Councillor Alexander, the second question, was it on the pay award situation?
It was, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right, Brian.
So the trust staff would sit within the overall pay negotiations at national level. The agreement with the trust, the formal agreement with the trust, from the outset has the trust staff receiving pay and conditions no less favourable than those of the council. So effectively, the trust is aligned with council staff, which of course is a helpful factor in bringing the trust staff back into the council. It's helpful.
That was a condition that was put on the time of the initial offer. But can Brian conclude that the offer that was made to trust staff was 1%? The first call I received this year from a trust member was a trust employee, was that he had been offered 1% by the council, going 2% and rising.
Okay, Brian, that's a simple one.
Do you think so, Provost? I'm not so sure myself. I can only say that the pay award in terms of the tiers and protection in terms of minimum wage, as would apply to council staff, would equally apply to trust staff.
Okay, thanks for your input, Councillor Alexander. We'll now move on to Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Provost. I'm going to start my remarks by reflecting on some of the things that other speakers have contributed. Several of the speakers have spoken about grants, or rather that when the trust is brought back into the council, we'll lose access to this external grant funding. As this is a public meeting being streamed on YouTube and there forever, I think it's important that members of the public have the facts of this rather than just hyperbole. So in financial year 2011-12, the grant funding was 3% of the trust's total funding. In 12-13, also 3%. In 13-14, down to 2%. In 2014-15, 2%. In 2015-16, 2%. In 2016-17, 2%. In 2017-18, 2%. In 2018-19, 2%. In 2019-20, only 1%. I think everyone gets the point I'm making, that this grant funding is a small percentage of the trust's total funding. Meanwhile, the money contributed by Falkirk Council was between 72 and 54% of its total funding, with Falkirk Council contributing 65% just last financial year. And then obviously the next largest part of the trust's funding is actually its income, which is generated by the facilities, and that income will still be generated when the trust is brought back into the council, only it will be given directly to Falkirk Council. The reality is that Falkirk Council faces increasing budget pressures, and the Community Trust has failed to be more entrepreneurial. It's failed to become efficient enough, and it's repeatedly come to the Chamber and these council members with proposals to cut libraries and sack staff. And these proposals were rejected by the councillors on this call and I believe they'll be continue to be rejected if council officers, when the trust is back in house, bring similar proposals, because we do have a policy of no compulsory redundancies, which is being rigorously enforced by this administration. And we also have a philosophical desire to have as many libraries as we can. And of course, it's also important to note that Falkirk Council would not lose access to all of the external funding, as other speakers have pointed out. And indeed, this local authority is nationally recognised as being very effective at bringing in external funding, with development services in particular bringing in millions of pounds of external funding for a wide range of projects. But I didn't actually want to talk at length about the performance of the trust. Their performance is open to interpretation, I believe, which of course is why we're here again revisiting this decision that was made by the council just a few months ago. For my part, my view on the suitability of the trust hasn't changed, and the trust's recent appearance at the scrutiny committee, which was also spoken about by a previous speaker, has only reinforced for me the need to have the trust brought in-house. I do want to talk about the rate savings that have been spoken about and referred to in the Labour Party and Provost Buchanan's motion. And again, for the benefit of the members of the public who may not know what these rate savings means, rates or business rates, to give them its full name, is a non-domestic property tax. It's effectively council tax, but for buildings that aren't your house. And the Community Trust avoids paying this tax because it's a registered charity, which is all perfectly legal. So what this motion is actually saying, what's being brought forward by councillors of Falkirk Labour and Provost Buchanan, is that we should exploit a tax loophole to avoid paying tax. I think that a lot of members of the public would disagree with Falkirk Labour on this point, and I know I do. But I find it even more ridiculous, this idea that we, as Falkirk Council, should consider not paying this taxation when we are nearly entirely funded by tax. It's bizarre to me that anyone would suggest not paying tax when we are an organisation which benefits from that. And it is just a mathematical fact that if we exploit this loophole and avoid paying tax, there will be less money coming back to us through our block grant. Falkirk Community Trust has kept approximately £10 million of money out of the public purse over its lifetime, just very roughly. But we may get some solace in the fact that Falkirk Community Trust is not alone. Across Scotland, there are 63 separate organisations which deliver services for local councils that local councils could deliver, that all have this charitable status that can avoid paying this business rates tax. And just as a rough piece of mathematics for the sake of the argument, if they all avoid paying £1 million a year, some have more obligations, some have less, then that's £63 million every year.
Apologies, Councillor Coleman, but
yes,
you're allowed 4, you're at 5, and if you get any questions, you can ask questions all day if you want. Would you like to sum up? Thank you.
I'm just wittering now, Provost. No, I won't ask questions, but I'll make 2 points if I can. I think I've made my point about how tax avoidance is not something we should do. So I'll make 2 points if you'll allow me that leeway.
Yes, indeed.
I would like perhaps the more seasoned councillors to cast their minds back a few years when in the press there was reports of celebrity comedians and celebrity musicians who were caught avoiding tax, and I think a multinational company or two, and I wonder which one of them made public statements condemning this, and yet here we are being asked to do the same thing for the benefit of a local authority. And my second and definitely final point, Provost, is I'd like to draw members' attention to the 2021 Scottish Labour National Recovery Plan, and I'll read a very brief extract from that, Provost. Many services have transferred to leisure trusts, it says. In consultation with local authorities, we will develop a framework and a funding plan to reintegrate these services back into local government. And I'm making the assumption that many members won't have their copy of that to hand. So I'll just drop a wee link in the chat for everyone now to verify my hyperbole. It's page 111, second last paragraph. And I just wonder if the Labour Party members who are standing for re-election, this could be my question, Provost, and it's the final comment, are prepared for the consequences of publicly going against their own party policy. Thank you, Provost.
No, thank you, Councillor Coleman. Like every other member here, you're entitled to your opinion, and you've gave us it today. Thank you very much. It's now an opportunity for Councillor Nimmo, followed by Councillor Aitchison, Councillor Goldie and Councillor Colley. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks very much, Provost, and I'm obviously aware that I've spoken already, but I do have a number of questions.
Questions only yet.
I'm a bit concerned about Councillor Coleman's comment there, just in case he's misleading council. I wonder if the Chief Executive could confirm if this council has a non-compulsory redundancy policy at the moment.
Mr. Lorry.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. It's not a matter of policy per se, but it's a matter of practice and has been so over many years.
Right, so I was quite correct in what I said. There is no policy for non-compulsory redundancies. That's fine. That's the answer to my first question, Provost. Now, just in relation to the motion, there's obviously been a lot of speculation from members regarding the trust coming back in-house and what will happen to the facilities that the trust currently runs. Members have also mentioned the possibility of the use of our high schools for public access and public use. The one big issue that I have with that is that we don't currently own our high schools. And what would it cost to open up our high schools for public use? There's obviously going to be a significant budget implication tied up in that with bringing the trust back in-house and trying to use our high schools for this sort of facility. My other question is in relation to our high schools.
There's really 81. This is another that we're following debate here.
He's asking, fine, okay, he's summarising and then asking the questions, and everybody's entitled to that. So
there are questions, Provost. I'm being interrupted again, Provost.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
My last question is in relation to the high schools as well. Now, obviously, they're not carbon neutral. There's going to be a significant cost in bringing them up to an acceptable green standard. What is the cost in that? Because in the near future, in the coming years, we're going to have to make a decision as to whether we actually buy out our high school contracts or extend them. There's going to have to be significant amounts of money spent on the high schools to bring them up to standard before any decisions taken. I'd like answers to that from officers, if I could, Provost.
Yep, fine, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Naylor, you want to come in the questions for Councillor Nimmo relating to the high schools?
Thank you, Provost. As Councillor Nimmo knows, we're required to make a decision about the contracts for the first 4 schools in the next couple of years. Work is ongoing in terms of a proposition to Council about a buyback or other options. That scenario where these schools to come back into the hands of the Council would afford the possibility for us to explore much wider community access than is currently afforded by the fairly tight provisions of the contracts. The only other thing I would say is that as the sport and leisure function is coming to children's services, I've already had some fairly detailed discussions with Trust colleagues about how we can extend community access in, for example, Carron Grange School, which isn't governed by the tightness of the existing PPP contracts. And we already have some community access in terms of access to swimming pools in a number of our schools. And we have a fairly successful programme at the Tryst in Larbert. So I think the broad point about extending access to communities in high schools is one that the Council has talked about for many years, but we are now beginning to see some traction and some fairly concrete ideas being generated, not just about extending access for children and young people, but also some potential commercial opportunities that would help us raise and achieve greater income targets. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much. It's an opportunity now for Councillor Aitchison.
Thanks, Provost. If the plan is to continue to bring the trust back in-house continues, leading to integrated services, and as we said, that's the preferred choice in some quarters of the council, the leisure services would probably amalgamate with the schools as is proposed. Can the Chief Executive confirm that this would undoubtedly cause a cut in hours available to the general public? Or would he envisage that the general public would just be mixing with school kids in the changing rooms, for example? Now, I know Mr Naylor just gave the example of Carron Grange, but Carron Grange is in a town where there is still a swimming pool at the moment. In Bowness, there is a swimming pool in a school, but that's certainly been proposals about the leisure facility in Bowness closing and being amalgamated with the school, so we wouldn't have any other choice. So yes, directed to the Chief Executive if it would be a cut in hours available to the public.
You've heard the question, Mr Lawrie.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I'm not sure I can give an absolute answer to that, because what we see across the country is various models and approaches in terms of the public and school use of such facilities. And actually, sometimes by bringing facilities together, if there's a greater potential to generate income, that can also then result in ultimately increases in opening hours. So I'm aware both of approaches whereby there is shared use of facilities during the day, and that can be that needs to be carefully managed, but it is done successfully, and other examples where it's about different times. So a range of potential approaches, but I notice, Provost, that Robert Naylor has put his hand up and he may wish to come in to provide an answer to this as well. Thank you.
Perfect. Mr Naylor.
Thank you, Provost, and Councillor Balfour. I think what we're thinking and what we're exploring is, rather than any diminution of access to the public, we're actually looking at where there might be opportunities for growth in community access, most likely at the end of the school day and or at weekends. And I think we are well aware, given the points that were made earlier about the construction of schools post Dunblane, that it may be that we need to have very careful, detailed plans for the point that you've mentioned about adults mixing with children, but that's been achieved elsewhere in other councils where, with appropriate planning and access arrangements, you can have public making use of school buildings while the schools are live. But in the first instance, I think what we're likely to be doing in the next 18 months to 2 years is just looking at opportunities beyond the school day and at weekends, with a view, as I said, not to diminish community access, but to expand it. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks,
Okay.
Robert. It was Councillor Wilson and not Councillor Balfour speaking, but I'm more thinking during the day when school kids are in and when most elderly and people would go, not evenings and weekends. It's during the day that would be my concern, that the services were cut to these people. Thank you.
Apologies, Councillor Aitchison, my screen's not that clear.
A good point.
Robert, but...
Thanks for your input, Councillor Aitchison. It's now Councillor Goldie, followed by Councillor Colley. Councillor Goldie.
Well, I think we've been fairly entertained this morning, Provost, and maybe the trust should have a look at this and get some of our colleagues into the town hall and get an act, comedians. But I would need to say, Provost, in all honesty, the main factor here is that the lack of funding coming from the Scottish Government is causing the problem. Make no mistake about that. That's what we all continue to avoid saying. And I didn't want to go into history, but history has been raised by another speaker. The SNP were opposed to the trust for day one. In fact, I don't think they took place on the board at any time up until about the last 10 or 15 years, with in fact one very well known previous councillor saying even the Kelpies were a heap of scrap metal. Then two years later they were all getting their photograph taken for their election leaflet.
But to stick to the facts, the people who run the trust, and the three of them that we've heard, well, two at least we've heard this morning, it's all very well to say, look, you've done a great job, and you've put all your hours in, you've put the hard hours in, but at the same time, we're just going to stop this immediately. So the trust, when it was set up, was that the problem was the buildings that they had, many of them were in a complete state of disrepair. And by the way, if you do this, what you're going to do today, within a year, you'll have shut 50% of the trust buildings. Make no mistake about that. That's going to have to happen. They also had to use council contractors for repair work. They couldn't get repairs done. And everybody knows that the council workers, it's not that they're any more expensive, but it costs an awful lot more to get a council employee into your building than it would be you want some of the local tradespeople. And when the chief executive itself talks about, well, there may be grants here and there will be grants there, that's all fine, that's good. The more the merrier. But don't forget, we're saving £1 million at the minute. So you've got £1 million to come from, but you're coming from behind for that £1 million. As I say, there's been a great deal of stuff done here. I remember Harry Constable debates one time before about something in Bowness, understandably, Harry was very prominent down there. And he said, and I'll never forget it, he addressed the whole council and said, don't forget, these are our people. The community we represent are our people. And you've got to ask yourself today, is it in the best interests of the community of Falkirk district? Is it in their best interest to do away with the trust? Not one bit. And we all know that. If the trust was getting a chance, they would do the job that they can do and make a better job of it. And when you think about closing down trusts and closing this and closing that, think of the elderly community. Think of the people that are going to be struggling, as Ian Scott himself said, struggling against cost of living increases that you can't imagine. And I would ask one thing, colleagues, if in fact this goes through today, and by the way, I've been around a wee while, and you didn't need to be the weatherman to see which way the wind blows. But I'll tell you this, be honest with them. As Harry Constable would say, they're our people, and be honest and say to them, you're going to lose half your trust buildings within 12 months. I can guarantee that. Thanks, Provost.
Well, thank you for your contribution, Councillor Goldie, as usual. It's Councillor Colley. And sorry for keeping me for so long, but it's been a really interesting and worthwhile debate. Thank you, Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Provost. I think when we get into conversations about the trust, I think I'm always quite disappointed by the tone of the discussion. Every year since I've joined the council, and I admit it's not been a very long time, the trust has brought forward savings, and fair enough, they've been requested of them, but they've always been unacceptable to us. They've not been coherent, and they've not fitted in with our community planning approach, including closure of buildings and loss of jobs, for example, libraries. And the same things come forward every single year. I think what's been suggested that we instead put the responsibility on the trust board and not take ownership of decisions and leave them hanging, unable throughout the years to deliver a trust that's self-sustaining. I mean, Councillor Goldie just talked about we passed over buildings that were in a state. So basically we're saying the decision that we're saying that we're expecting them to make decisions. The decision to move the trust to the council, I believe, is exactly the right one. It's about ourselves as councillors being leaders, and as a council helping to create a coherent approach that aligns with our in-house services, including community development, community planning, outdoor activity, economic investment, indeed 20-minute neighbourhoods, and critically from my perspective, health and social care, an opportunity which I do not believe has been grasped to the extent which it could be. And the strategic property review is relevant. We have requirements in relation to the environment, but also in planning in a strategic and coherent way to deliver a fair deal across all our communities and in partnership in our communities. I'm of the view that our key leisure, tourism, entertainment and sport decisions sitting apart from the council is not beneficial. So I'd like to just finish by asking the Chief Executive just a straightforward question about the work that has been done about trying to build that coherence across the council.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrie, you've heard Councillor Colley. You'd like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I mean, I guess two elements. I mean, and something I've said on a number of occasions previously, I think is a broader job for us in terms of building coherence and partnership and joint working and removing silos and bureaucracy across the council. That's work in progress. It's something where we've made, I think, a significant number of changes, and there's clearly more to be done. And clearly in bringing in the trust, that's part of that. So, you know, I mentioned the fact that the council directors are all on the project management group. They've all been working with trust colleagues. There's been very open and constructive discussions about how best we integrate, how we make this work, what the key issues are, what the potential is going forward, how we generate more income, how we protect the services that we have. So all of that is ongoing and has been very positive. And I have to say that colleagues from the Trust have played a very important and constructive part in that. So whilst these individuals may not have been happy with the initial decision, they have absolutely come alongside to make this a success for the council, and as you know, as members have said, for the communities of Falkirk. We know what the challenge is, and we're determined to meet it as well as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrie. Thank you, Councillor Colley, for your submission. Okay, we're going back now to Councillor Bissett. Seems a long time ago. As the mover of the motion to wind up. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Provost. It's been interesting to hear everyone's comments. I think it's been a fairly robust debate. I found Councillor Coleman's comments on tax evasion a bit bizarre, to be honest with you. But that's his opinion. He's entitled to that.
Exactly.
I think the decision that will be taken today will probably have repercussions going forward, and I think we need to have, as Councillor Goldie said, you know, be honest with the people that we serve. You know, if we're going to close down buildings, let's have that conversation. But I think at least we should be honest with the people and sort of engage with them and consult going forward. But I think that the motion we put up was relevant and honest, and it was an opportunity for councillors to change their mind based on the evidence. I think it was quite clear we face a significant budget gap, and any penny we can get to help going forward would be welcome. But just to throw away this money to me just seems erroneous. At least, you know, I think that I'll have listened to Ian Scott and others who are well respected, and they don't have any particular agenda except to try and deliver good quality services for the people we serve. And there's no politics involved. Their appeal is to elected members to try and encourage them to reverse the decision. But it looks like, as Councillor Goldie says, we know which way the wind blows. So I think I'll just perhaps leave it at that, Provost, and maybe just head for a vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. I think it was a very worthwhile motion, and I think it's been generated a lot of discussion. And I don't know what way the wind's blowing, because we've got the windows all closed in this office, but we'll soon find out as we go to Mr. Moody to take the vote. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. The motion is moved by Councillor Bissett, is seconded by Councillor Nimmo, and is as appears on the agenda, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Kerr, which has been circulated and also displayed. Provost Buchanan.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Alexander.
Amendment.
Councillor Balfour.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Amendment.
Councillor Bissett.
Motion.
Councillor Black.
Motion.
Councillor Blackwood.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Amendment.
Councillor Coleman.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Coombs.
For 1.2 million reasons, the motion.
Just answer the question.
Yep.
Councillor
Okay.
Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
Amendment.
Councillor Goldie.
Motion.
Councillor Grant.
Amendment.
Councillor Harris.
For the amendment.
Councillor Hughes.
The amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McHugh.
The amendment.
Councillor McCluckie.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Apologies. The amendment.
Councillor Monroe.
The amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
The amendment.
Councillor Nicholl.
The amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patrick.
The amendment.
Councillor Russell.
The amendment.
And Councillor Spears.
The amendment.
Thank you. Obviously, there were 9 votes for the motion. There were 21 votes for the amendment. The amendment is accordingly carried.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moody. Now it's an opportunity. We've been here over 2 hours now for a 10-minute comfort break. We'll see you coming back and we'll start the budget process. Thank you.
And good afternoon all. Provost, if you would indulge me first with the opportunity to briefly acknowledge the work that has gone into preparing the budget. Firstly, to my accounting teams in finance led by Danny Kearney and Alison Lindsay, and also Amanda Templeman on capital, which we'll come to later on the agenda. I'd like to acknowledge my boss, my former boss, Stuart Ritchie. I think our shared financial background led to a very good working relationship in pulling the budget together. So my appreciation to him. And this is a corporate document, Provost, so colleagues across all council services and the Trust and the IGB have all played a material part in pulling this together. And finally, and not least, Provost, to members, for I know how much work and late nights you have put into preparing for this day. Provost, I propose to glide through the report, landing on particular sections to draw out salient points. But if I can start by maybe recognising several important contextual factors. First, and perhaps most obviously, is COVID, which has eased, but it's not gone away and continues to colour our operation and in consequence our financial position. The best value review, with its focus on decision making and financial sustainability, and the election of a new council in May to whom it will follow to actually deliver on the budget. So if we start with settlement, the local government settlement and grant, which, as you know, is the biggest variable in the budget equation at section 5.2. And the grant positions summarised in the table at para 5.2.2. The initial settlement announced in December was very disappointing, but was improved in January with a supplementary allocation, albeit, and importantly so, not on a recurring basis. The core grant increase is well below inflation, and perhaps most importantly of all, well below likely pay claims. One pay claim already in play is in the order of 10%. In those terms, just not affordable. And of course, in addition to the core grants, there are a range of specific grants, notably early years and the Pupil Equity Fund. If we jump on to the next section, the budget gap at 5.3, Provost, this is the core of the report, this section here, and essentially the rest of the content orbits around it. The table at para 5.3.2 sets out the unprecedented budget gap of 29 million, together with the proposed elements by which, excuse me, the statutory requirement of achieving a balanced budget can be achieved. It is important to be aware and to recognise that the Council continues to aspire to spend beyond its sustainable means, and this is something that remains to be addressed. And flowing through to the next section on reserves at 5.4, one of those elements in balancing the budget is the application of reserves. And given the importance of reserves to the strategic financial position of the Council, it is proper that I draw out some of the content in this section. The bullets at para 5.4.9 summarise the factors Council should have regard to, and the attendant paragraphs flesh out those points. It will be apparent from the budget gap section, Provost, that a very significant deployment of reserves is proposed, and indeed taking the balance down to the floor in the Council's approved reserve strategy. And because use of reserves is not a sustainable approach, this sum is immediately added back onto the budget gap for 23-24 financial year. But Provost, COVID and the financial settlement have conspired to generate an acute financial challenge. And it's against that backcloth that the deployment of this level of reserve needs to be seen. And recognising that the reserve balance does remain within the range of the Council's approved strategy. If I just touch on community engagement at 5.5, section 5.5, Provost, it'll be self-evident that the outcome from this is clearly disappointing given the very low response rate. But I think we should view this as a beachhead established for next year's budget and something to be built on. Section 5.7 takes us to the service budgets, and that, together with a significant range of appendices that support this section, gives the position for each Council service, including the savings options that are being proposed. Section 5.9 provides linkage with the Trust, and of course there's already been significant discussion this morning on that very issue. And Section 5.10 picks up on the IJB, recognising that in their case there are particular governance, a particular governance route to be navigated with regard both to their board and also to the partner health service as well. If I jump, Provost, to Section 5.12 on council tax, And probably the headline news in this year's settlement was the return of freedom to councils to set their own council tax rates. And on the back of that, the opportunity has been taken to propose an increase in council tax beyond the standard 3% by 1% to 4%. And I think this provides a platform to initiate a strategy that would have the council gravitate incrementally towards the Scottish average, where we sit quite a long way off. The table at 5.12.6 shows the yield from various increases, and the table in the following paragraph, 5.12.7, shows the impact of a 4% rise across all the council bands. I'd also draw council's attention to paras 5.12.8 in terms of mitigation via the council tax reduction scheme, and also 5.12.10 with respect to the cost of living boost. There are, of course, a number of council taxpayers who won't receive such support. The medium-term financial plan is, or a summary thereof, is set out at section 5.14, and I would like to draw members' attention to the very first paragraph, 5.14.1, in that section. At 5.14.3, we note the arrival of the much-awaited multi-year grant settlements, should be May, June, and that will materially enhance our medium-term planning, and certainly is very welcome in those terms. Para 5.14.6 suggests that the macroeconomic climate is going to be a challenge going forward. We then move on in 5.14.7 to the bar chart that sets out the projected future gaps, and I would draw your attention to the somewhat ominous 20 million looming the year after this budget for 23-24, yes. It will be the business plan that shows how these gaps will be addressed and balanced, and the current position is set out on page 269 and will feature as a later item on this agenda. An updated medium-term financial plan and business plan will be prepared for the new council post-May, and that will be informed by a revised corporate plan as well. And para 5.14.8 notes some factors that will need to be captured in that update. It's a somewhat turbulent environment looking forward. And so, Provost, in coming to the conclusions at the tail end of the report, I would first of all like to highlight paragraph 8.3, where on the one hand, there's a recognition that balancing a 29 million gap is of itself a commendable achievement, but it must be tempered by the recognition that virtually half of that 29 million gap is plugged by three non-recurring elements, and you can see those set out in the table at that paragraph. And the simple reality, the simple fact is that they, because they're non-recurring, a one-year benefit, immediately get added on to the gap for the following year, and is a primary reason why that gap is sitting at a projected 20 million for 23-24. And again, illustrates that the council seeks to spend beyond its means, and that still requires to be addressed in a sustainable manner. So that's a challenge still looming for the council. And Provost, to finish on a positive note, I just cast one's eye to paragraph 8.5 and just note the nature of budgets are such that there tends to be a focus on where the reductions are being made, and that's perhaps understandable. But in so doing, we sometimes lose sight of the scale of the investment that's going into our community and the range and diversity of services that supports. There's well over half a billion been spent on services, and I think that's something that we shouldn't forget, and what those services mean on the ground to our communities. Provost, I'll stop there. Myself and colleagues from services will seek to address the inevitable questions that members may have, and of course in due course you'll return to the recommendations. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Mr. Smale. I'm sure that all members would concur. We know exactly all the work that's went in to producing this document today by everybody, and our thanks are with them. Okay, I'm going now to the leader to move the administration's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost, and I'm going to start with a particular special thanks and acknowledgement to Mr. Smale. This will be Brian's last budget, as he has found the escape tunnel, and we really do wish him well. He has done an amazing job for the council over a significant period of time, and we thank him for his due diligence in the particular role as our Section 75 officer, and really appreciate all the personal support that he's given me and the patience he's given me over the years in explaining local government finance. And I continue to learn every day as it changes. So I'd take the opportunity to wish Brian all the very best for his retirement, and he will be missed, but we know where he stays as well. Brian again, along with his team of finance colleagues, have done a huge amount of work in pulling together this year's budget. Indeed, as have all the chief officers and their finance supports, as it has taken a huge collective effort to bring the budget together in this very challenging climate. I would also like to thank the senior management team as a whole for their time and patience and understanding in supporting the administration in the preparation of the budget process this year. It has been the most challenging yet, but it also reflects just how difficult some of the decisions have been. And I'm sure this is reflected on all sides, as what has been an unprecedented last year continued with the financial impacts of COVID continuing to bite, and will be with us for some time yet as we move into the endemic phase. Well, the human cost and risk of loss of life as a result of the clinical impact of the pandemic has been significantly reduced. The overall human impact is still very real and will take much longer to recover as we see more people being impacted by global factors, not directly related to the pandemic, but to Brexit too, which has been masked with the finger being pointed and blamed to the pandemic. The reality is that one compounds the other. We're all facing cost of living rises. As national insurance costs, food prices increased, limited choice, not to mention the soaring energy costs. Both the Scottish and the UK government's finances have been pressured, but what can't be disputed is that we have seen over the last 10 years plus a constant erosion of the Scottish Block Grant. This year in particular, it has been masked by the range of additional funding that has come through UK consequentials to Scotland for specific areas of support, such as business support and for health and social care, which is now being dressed up as an increase in funding to Scottish Government. While that is very welcome, it does not address the ongoing deficit. Scottish Government are therefore finding their budgets pressured, and while we continually lobby for additional monies for local government, in order to do that, it has to come from somewhere else. We have had an unprecedented budget gap of 29 million this year and have sought to use all the levers at our disposal. We've been able to take advantage of the COVID reserves, fiscal flexibilities, loans, holiday fund, as well as transformation and service savings. We've been fortunate in having the ability to harness the loans fund repayment charges by bringing in 5 million of a contribution. If it had not been for that saving, we would have required far greater to come from service cuts. When we refreshed our corporate plan, we were very clear that there was a need to focus in key areas. There were the same priorities as our communities asked us to focus on and are very much aligned with our community planning partners, which is reflected in our newly adopted Falkirk plan. Falkirk plan enables communities, poverty, inequality, as well as social care and the creation of that sense of place. Enterprise or growth deal employment, economic recovery, climate change and inclusive growth, innovation and the move to being more fleet of foot and accessible through digital, all fundamental to our vision for Falkirk as a place where everyone can reach their potential. Thankfully, as we see the weight of the last 2 years begin to lift and we move from the pandemic to the endemic phase, it's clear that the impacts will remain with us for some time. We will therefore have budgetary challenges, not just for this year, but for the next few years, which will mean hard choices and difficult decisions will need to be made. None more so than this year, with the extremely challenging period, and the administration has worked closely with officers to try to minimise the impact on frontline services as much as possible, using all the tools that have been at our disposal in order that these savings to our services will be the least harmful to our communities, as our objective is to preserve our services for the people they most rely on. Wherever possible, we have looked to make large-scale efficiency transformational savings by delivering services where people need them most, as voiced by our communities, and in a more efficient and effective way. One of the key messages from the Accounts Commission, as highlighted in 5.14.1, medium-term and long-term financial planning are the most important tools for making well-informed decisions and to effectively manage the continuing financial challenges. In a response to the Best Value report with our action plan, there is a need to ensure we actively address all the recommendations which are in all the areas we would wish to progress anyway, irrespective of them being part of the Best Value report. In particular, in relation to our long-term financial planning, while we have got good planning tools that enable forecasting our anticipated future needs, what we need is to ensure that we have a robust plan to be able to meet those assumptions. Longer-term planning would be assisted greatly if there was more certainty around funding, particularly in relation to pay awards. Scottish Government have agreed to look at providing multi-year funding and provisional settlements, which is very welcome. This will enable longer-term planning, and we hope to see that coming forward in the spending review. But this will be still contingent on Westminster providing Scottish Government with multi-year indicative grant allocations. This will still, however, place significant reliance on the Council of the Future Transformation Programme in delivering the savings required for future years. There's already work being carried out to ensure that the current top 10 projects delivery is robust, but further work is required to firm up the other projects as well as identify new projects in order to meet the predicted demands. It's essential that we look to transform the Council as an organisation in order to perfect service delivery for our citizens, but also in how we deliver better services for our communities with the money we have, and therefore the need to continue to invest through the Change Fund to enable this to happen. An investment in digital and the focus on our communities, helping to support digital access and connection to more cost-effective products and services which is available online, is one good example. It's not going to be possible to always deliver the savings required through transformation. Other tools available to us is zero-based budgeting, and a lot of work has been ongoing to embed this in the services where it's appropriate to do so. However, that will bring with it challenges, and where we have in the past been able to gain through overspends and underspends, to create that balance will be more difficult as we go forward. Our workforce has been a real credit to the authority, particularly over the last 2 years, with having continued to go above and beyond and coping amazingly with very difficult circumstances. It was also recognised now more than ever that we need to support our staff, and I've seen this in the establishment of the Wellbeing Forum and the supported policies that have come from that, with a focus on mental health and wellbeing, ensuring that there should be no stigma nor barriers to accessing support. But we're a changing organisation, and we must make sure we have the right people in the right places in the right roles and with the right skills to enable us to deliver on our agreed business plan. Over 60% of our budget costs are workforce related, and despite the significant savings that have been required, the aim is to continue to seek any reductions for voluntary servants, vacancy management and redeployment, so that the service delivery can continue and the impact on staff has been kept as low as possible to maintain our no compulsory redundancy position. And looking to the council tax, Falkirk has historically had one of the lowest council taxes in mainland Scotland, and while that has been positive for our citizens, it's become increasingly difficult for the council to continue to be able to deliver the services at the quality and the places which we would want them to be. This is leaving us at a disadvantage compared to other similar sized councils. With council tax fees and the equivalent of 3% mitigated by Scottish Government, we have therefore continued over this period of time to bring in less revenue than most other councils, on average £4 million less per year. Councils have been given the flexibility to raise the council tax this year, and while there is no cap having been placed upon us, the welcome additional funds of the 3.4 million did come with the ask to councils not to implement inflation-busting increases, in recognition of the additional cost of living pressures that people are facing. With the most significant budget gap we've ever had to face, and in an attempt to limit the impact on service cuts and job losses that could lead to compulsory redundancies, we're proposing a 4% increase in council tax, which would be the equivalent of less than £1 a week based on a Band D property. Those in receipt of council tax reduction in relation to universal credit, while there are some changes, most will not be impacted by the increase, and low-income families who already receive council tax reduction will be fully protected from the increase, although there will be subject to increases from the Scottish water charges. Further packages of support has been provided from Scottish Government to help with cost of living rises, which will come through the council tax system, with 56,000 council taxpayers receiving £150 towards their council tax bills, which will cover those in Band A to D, and will be in receipt of council, including those that are in receipt of council tax reduction, thus protecting the most vulnerable. There will be a need to give some thought to council tax going forward. However, with the prospect of multi-year settlements, it will help put better and earlier planning. The use of reserves and how they are used is important. As Mr Smale has diligently advised, you can only use them once, and once they're gone, and that continually to use them to bridge the budget gap is not financially sustainable. This is supported in the comments made from the Audit Commission. It's good advice which has been reinforced to us on a number of occasions, and it's been highlighted that members have repeatedly chosen to use reserves over service savings, but in doing so has limited ability to use reserves to invest in projects going forward. However, history has shown that the outturn position has resulted in higher levels of reserves than predicted. This year, it is anticipated that our reserves will be 12.5 million, which is above the upper level of our reserve strategy of 11.5. The ability to continually return reserves will become much more difficult to do so, particularly with the use of ZBB, and that will there'll be little flexibility for underspends in some areas, mitigating overspends. Thus, the budgeting, monitoring and discipline will be critical going forward. However, reserves are there to help to cope with unexpected events and financial shocks to the council's finance, which COVID clearly is. Hence, the administration has chosen to use a significant level of reserves, taking it down to the lower level for this year, but we'll be looking and going forward for in-year savings to help towards the 23-24 budget gap and replenish any of those reserves. And turning to our services, it would be easy to focus on the savings, but what is much more significant is what the council spend is around £500 million of gross spending power going into the local economy each year, and 200 million of capital spend also adding to our local economy. Children's services continue to be our highest spending area, with 225 million of our 392 million revenue budget. It also has the highest staffing costs. As has been in previous years, it's been very much protected, with the focus on efficiencies and transformation, such as closer to home and STET. Education has continued to benefit from increased teacher numbers, particularly over the last couple of years, with a huge investment as part of our digital programme, which has put us ahead of others. And despite the disruption of the pandemic, we have seen our young people continue to achieve. Similarly, we have seen our early years programme progress and hope to see the final phase completed in the near future. Police Services budget has increased to just over 33 million. They have the management of large-scale projects, for example, the TIF and the major projects like Westfield Bridge, Growth Deal and Grangemouth Flood Prevention, as well as driving our Climate Change Challenge programme and action plan. The service has had and will continue to have a key role in leading our economic recovery, inward investment, tourism and employment, as well as roads, street lighting and waste management. We will also be taking the responsibility for some of the Trust services. Corporate and Housing Services budget has increased to 37 million, reflecting the services that we'll be delivering in the new financial year from the Trust, but also the work they've been doing to take forward our digital transformation and programme leading the way across Scotland. We've already spoken much about Falkirk Community Trust today in the previous item, and the integration of the Trust back into the Council. It's only right and proper that there's a period of time given for the services to integrate into the new structure, and from that the opportunities that it presents for innovation and transformation, which can bring savings across the services as well as possible increased income. I have no doubt that there will be comments in relation to that, particularly from the Labour colleagues as we go forward into the debate. The IJB, our Health and Social Care Partnership, have been under enormous pressure and continue to deliver the highest possible care to our most vulnerable over such a sustained period of time. And I have the highest regard for them all and those that have led and guided them through the process. We sincerely hope that we are through the worst of the pandemic and that our health and social care can start to step back from the response mode and into recovery. However, it must be noted that there's a need to continue to dedicate resources, people and money to support that recovery. It all adds to the financial pressures, but it's clearly something we need to do to assist the recovery, both for communities and for businesses. It has to be acknowledged that it's not just frontline delivery over the last year, but the innovation and transformation that's taken place. But also because of COVID, the realisation of the anticipated savings not being able to be delivered. It's therefore not been possible for the Integrated Joint Board to contribute to the savings profile that was anticipated. And in order to give the time for the service to recover and take forward their business plan, the contribution to the IJB will be 85 million this year. And we agreed to the increase in change and that we agree to the increase in change to be restricted to be and agree to increase in charges to be restricted to that of inflation, being mindful of the work of the National Care Service. Consultation with the community has come a long way and we're still building that relationship. Some areas will take longer than others, but it has been welcomed, and it is clear that there's a need for far more engagement and understanding before we can move to the stage of expanding our community empowerment and involving more decisions and budgets under our community choices. But the aim is to allow greater direction by the communities to councils and how they spend their money. This is to build on the success of both the capital and the small grants and community choices, where there's been the equivalent of 2.3 million awarded directly to communities. And to build on that, we are investing to ensure that we continue to have a permanent communities team. The team are currently temporary, and the budget provisions enable them to become permanent, offering a long-term approach to engaging with communities, seeking their input and responding to their feedback. This supports that the work we want to and need to do with our communities right across the council. Financial sustainability is going to be critical in developing our plans going forward. And while it's been the most difficult year and we've had a very tight balancing act for a 29 million shortfall, with us prioritising spending in areas such as economic generation, child poverty, amongst others, it's hoped that the savings on our services will be least harmful to our communities, as our objective is to preserve our services that people rely on most. Our transformation programme will be critical going forward, and the need for decisions to be taken swiftly. And the investment we're making must be focused on delivering more transformation for our services to support our medium-term financial plans for the future, but also how we deliver better services for communities and the money we have. Provost, I therefore move the recommendations as in section 2 of the report, highlighting that the administration also include the service payment of 85 million to the IGIB. Thank you, Provost. I move the administration's budget.
Thank you very much. It's a difficult task, and you did that very well. There a lot of work went into it, I know, for members and officers. Have you got a seconder then?
Yeah, thank you, Provost, and indeed the Leader of the Council for her very detailed overview of their budget proposals. As stated, this was without doubt been the most difficult budget for this SNP-led minority administration to prepare, and I too would like to thank our finance officers, and especially Brian on his last ever one, for his guidance through the process. May I also take this opportunity to thank the officers within my portfolio. I won't name them, but they all know who they are. I'd like to focus on two aspects, if I may, of the budget we have before us. Firstly, the proposed rise in council tax. This was obviously discussed at length due to the position we find ourselves currently with the increased pressures in many households around the country. We have made this decision for a few reasons. First and foremost is to prevent service cuts and protect jobs. We have also had a no compulsory redundancy policy, and this budget continues that. Historically, Falkirk Council has been one of the lowest council tax local authorities on mainland Scotland, as the council leader said, and currently is the 4th lowest. We are often benchmarked against our neighbouring authorities in Stirling, Clacks and West Lothian. We have an annual income from council tax of some £9, £7 and £6 million greater than Falkirk. That is a massive difference, Provost. To bridge that gap and continue to provide comparable services, we need an incremental increase. Low-income households are protected from any rise due to the council tax reduction scheme they already receive. As stated within the papers, anyone facing financial difficulty can use our online calculator, and I would encourage all to use this helpful tool. Tackling climate change is probably, yes, I say probably due to the current circumstances, our top priority, and given the financial pressures we face, not easily addressed. But we shall continue to drive towards our net zero targets. Some key examples of this are the recently agreed Climate Emergency Action Plan, a project register, newly developed local climate impact profile, enhanced energy and climate change team, and ongoing carbon literacy training for all elected members and across the council. The council is also working towards embedding a process of carbon budgeting across the council, ensuring that climate change implications are appropriately considered in all decision making. Carbon budgeting is a methodology to plan and manage emission reductions and ensure that progress can be appropriately measured and monitored. Carbon budgeting will begin in 2022-23, with this first year being a transitional year, allowing the council time to build capacity and establish a realistic baseline against which monitoring will be carried out from 23-24. As part of this work, a carbon budgeting tool will be developed to allow the services to record projects and the associated carbon impacts to facilitate robust performance measurement. Provost, I have no doubt the opposition will move to their default position of attacking the Scottish Government for lack of financial support, which we could in turn blame the fact that our block grant for Westminster has reduced in real terms year on year, but I shall refrain from that, Provost. With that, Provost, happy to second this report.
Thank you very much for your input there, Councillor Gardner. It's 1:05. That's over 3 hours. Before we go to Councillor Bissett and Councillor Kerr in relation to any amendments, I'm going to call a break just now, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. That gives everybody an opportunity for your lunch. Okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Okay, we're still waiting on feedback from Mr. Perry regarding Councillor Hughes, but I'm going to make a start, and I'm going to go back in time to the question that was asked by Councillor Coombs regarding the gas situation, and I believe that Mr. Laurie has went away and he's got the information that he's going to pass on to all members. Mr. Laurie?
Yes, thank you, Provost, and my thanks to Malcolm Benny and others for following up on this and getting an answer. So the position is that, like the rest of the Scottish public sector, we purchase gas from the supplier Total Energies, which is a French-owned company. And Total Energies only sell the gas provided by National Grid, or SGN, which is a British gas distribution company. So that is our source, and I hope that provides some reassurance to members.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Meikle-John, obviously your colleague Councillor Hughes has still not joined us. Are you happy to start? Or do you want to wait and give him another few minutes? It's up to you.
I'm happy to just make a start. He's in the room with other colleagues, so they will all be away and keep him up to date with what's going on. I'm looking to my colleagues for yeses and nos. Yeah, I'm getting a nod.
Okay.
Brian's still working. Brian's working on his laptop for him.
That's perfect. Oh, okay, thank you. We're going to come back to, obviously we're on item 3, the revenue budget. There's been a motion moved and seconded. It's now an opportunity to ask Councillor Bissett to respond to see if he has an amendment to the notice of motion. Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, we don't support the administration's budget or the recommendations, and we don't have an amendment, Provost, but hopefully get an opportunity to speak in the debate to explain the reasons for that. Thank you.
Okay, you don't want to take the opportunity just now to give your reasoning?
Yeah, oh yes, I would. I'd like to do that. Aye.
Well, if you want to do that just now, we'll carry on.
Okay, thank you, Provost. Provost, I want to first of all thank the finance team that assisted us in going through the budget and creating the budget book, particularly Brian Smale, Danny Kearney, Alison Lindsay and Margaret Smith. These officers were completely professional throughout their deliberations. Thanks must also go to our Chief Executive Kenneth Laurie, Robert Naylor, Stuart Ritchie, Malcolm Benny and their teams, who diligently and professionally assisted our deliberations. Also want to pay tribute to the officers who are leaving the council at the end of March, namely Brian Smale, Douglas Duff, and I believe Stuart Ritchie has already left the organisation. I wish them well in future endeavours. This will be Mr. Smale's final budget, so a special thanks go to him for his wisdom and insight and his very professional manner. He's an excellent officer. We will miss his Smaleisms, such as low-hanging fruit, for example. And I also want to pay tribute to the councillors who have committed themselves to public service for many years and for one reason or another have decided not to stand again for public office. I want to thank our communities for the challenge of COVID. They certainly stepped up to the mark and they're doing the same with the Ukrainian crisis. Provost, we have not put up an amendment. I think the speech will explain in many parts why. Provost, Falkirk Council faces an atrocious budget cut of 29 million for 22-23. This is on top of the 170 million of cuts over the past 11 years. That's almost £200 million worth of cuts. The continual underfunding of local government is causing extreme concern over cuts to jobs and services and what other services we may be able to develop in the future. We are witnessing the intentional deterioration and decimation of local government services. Councillors came into local government to try and deliver the best services possible for the people we serve and to protect the most vulnerable and to reduce poverty. The council was not supposed to be a conveyor belt of cuts from Holyrood, but it seems that's what the SNP administration want to be. There is no justification for these cuts. It's simply a political choice. It's not an economic necessity, Provost. This year, Scotland saw the largest financial settlement since devolution. 22-23 will see the Scottish block grant increased by 3.9 billion, yet the SNP still cut 370 million in real terms from council budgets. The 120 million Kate Forbes has found down the back of the sofa is no solution to the demands in that letter. The 3.4 million we received is non-recurring. It will still leave councils trying to fill the gap in future years. Had it been baselined onto their budget for every year going forward, that would have helped a little bit. She previously said all monies were allocated, so if you can find 120 million, she can surely find more. Provost, the SNP say they're stronger for Falkirk, but nothing could be further from the truth. The public must realise it's the SNP nationally and locally, not the council, that are making the cuts. It's certainly not Labour. When you see a lack of care packages, roads deteriorating, public parks failing, leisure facilities failing, stop and think who's responsible for this and really look for change at the elections in May. Every single council leader, including SNP leaders, wrote to Nicola Sturgeon and Kate Forbes to say that local government settlement was unacceptable and they had cut budgets by 370 million. The 2022-23 budget settlement means councils' non-ring-fence budgets will have been cut by 1.4 billion in just 9 years since 2013-14. Here in Falkirk, as I have already said, we have had 200 million cut from our budget. This could have helped alleviate poverty, allow more care packages, fix our roads, create more jobs and so much more. Provost, this systematic destruction and disempowering of local government just cannot go on. Enough is enough, Provost. I'm sure everyone in this chamber did not stand for election simply to be administrators of cuts that all of us know are causing serious harm to our communities. The SNP at Holyrood are asking us to administer these cuts without question or challenge. Well, it is time to make a stand, Provost. It's time every elected member in this chamber stood up to the autocracy of the SNP at Holyrood. We have a duty to the people we serve and who elect us to stand up and be counted. I'm asking all members to sign a letter that will be sent to First Minister Nicola Sturgeon. Mr. Perry will circulate that letter. I hope you have enough social conscience to sign that letter on behalf of those you are elected to represent. Enough is enough, Provost. The SNP and Green MSPs united to cut vital services in our communities. Costler called for an extra 1.6 billion to allow councils to thrive, meeting increasing demands on services and tackling backlogs linked to the pandemic, transforming local economies and moving to net zero. They revealed that 720 million in additional funding is required just for councils to survive. The latest cuts mean that since 2013-14, the SNP have slashed core council funding by 12%, despite their own budget funding rising by 10% over the same period. The SNP government has stripped out 144 million out of council coffers compared to last year. Enough is enough, Provost. At this time of a cost of living crisis, bold action is required and proper steps taken to support councils that so often have to bear the brunt of the cost of living crisis. Energy bills could go up by £693 a year, pushing thousands to the brink. At the same time, energy companies are making £27,000 a minute. The Labour Party called for a windfall tax on these companies. This was shamefully rejected by the SNP and the Conservatives, who would rather side with big business where people across our communities suffer. In this year's budget, in order to close the gap, we saw various means used. Additional non-recurring grant funding, 3.4 million. Previously approved savings, 2.5 million. Treasury management savings, 4.7 million. Service savings, 5.2 million. IGB, 1.5 million. Council tax increase, 3.4 million. General fund reserves, 5 million. COVID reserves, 5.3 million. Trust reserves, 0.6 million. This year's cuts are atrocious, Provost. So where do we go from here? As we were told, this year's cuts were unpalatable. We face £52 million worth of cuts over the next 4 years. Next year, it's a 20.6 million of a cut. Various elements, as stated, have closed the gap this year, but really, what do we do next year? If we didn't have this atrocious cut from the SNP government, we could have used the COVID money, the reserve, Treasury management savings, council tax increase to help the most vulnerable in Falkirk district and develop services. We could have used some of this money to borrow money, but instead we have to use all this money just to close the gap. We are year in, year out, focusing on implementing Nicola Sturgeon's cuts to local government. No doubt the SNP will get a pat in the back from her for yet again delivering her cuts. And she'll be looking on saying, they made the cuts again, well done. Enough is enough, Provost. No wonder we see councillors and employees looking out with the council for their future. All these cuts put pressure and stress on their staff, and that is simply unacceptable. Provost, inflation is at a 30-year high. Energy prices are skyrocketing. Food prices are increasing. Wages are stagnating. Social security is being cut in real terms. Universal credit has been cut by £20 a week. National insurance contributions are being increased. One of these things would be difficult for many families. All of them happening at once is a disaster. This crisis will quite literally push hundreds of Falkirk families over the edge, with many pushed into extreme poverty, unless our governments step up to the mark and provide a package of immediate support. In any crisis, there is a role for local government to support our most vulnerable, as the sphere of government closest to communities, just as we did during the first COVID lockdown, providing access to food, prescriptions and other essentials for many families. We now need a similar response to this crisis, but the budget passed by the Scottish Parliament makes it more difficult. Even after more than a decade of austerity, we continue cuts to councils, leaving councils short of money to tackle their own rising costs, or to provide those key workers that we all clapped for during the pandemic a fair deal. But just as important as calling for emergency support now is demanding long-term interventions, because the crisis is not going away anytime soon, and perhaps multi-year settlements will go some way to help that. We may be facing a perfect storm, Provost, in the here and now, but this crisis is just another byproduct of our economic system. What are we becoming as a council when we are cutting £100,000 to Bernardo's? Bernardo's believe every child deserves the best possible start in life. Whatever their background, this philosophy still guides the charity today, yet here we are cutting £100,000 from them. Reducing Christmas light provision by £150,000, bar humbug. Charles Dickens Scrooge would be proud of that. Closure of public toilets. Additional support needs cut by £43,000. Increase in fees and charges £75,000, and that's for childcare, meals, breakfast clubs. All at a time of increased financial crisis for families. Closure of Park Street, closure of Carmel Education Centre, closure of Sealock House. School community lets £35,000, that's ceasing all external school lets weekdays at 9 PM and weekends at 12 PM.
Sorry, Councillor Bissett, that's you over the 10 minutes of you. Could maybe wind up, sir, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Provost. We all know that cuts to councils equals cuts to our communities, and that just cannot go on. I won't state much more, Provost, but what are we becoming as a council when all that is being achieved is ensuring SNP cuts are delivered at the expense of the people we're elected to serve? These cuts are atrocious, and the cuts that were not taken due to financial measures means that other cuts will be there next year and be much more serious this year than this year. We've also seen an increase of 4% in council tax that will put even more pressure on hard-pressed families at this time of financial crisis. And against all advice from the Accounts Commission, the SNP have used £5 million of much-needed reserves. Once they're used, we can't get them back. Reserves should not have been used if we're coming out of COVID, and I mentioned above, we've cost of living crisis and the war in Europe as well, creating additional factors. So was it sensible to use our reserves? Councillors having to do more with less, and it's simply not sustainable. We want to continue delivering high quality services for areas and people we serve. I can only hope that new officers coming on board can really bring about transformation and improve services with less cuts. The Labour initiative of zero-based budgeting will go some way to help that. And if Nicola Sturgeon does as she said at the Coastal Leaders meeting, and she said she would engage better with local government, then that would go a long way as well. we and the people we deserve, we and the people we were elected to serve deserve so much better, Provost. So these are some of the reasons that we can't support this budget. We can't be complicit in the cuts, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your input there. I'll go straight to Councillor Kerr now. Councillor Kerr, have you any amendment, or would you like to speak on behalf of your group?
I haven't got any amendments, Provost, but I'd like a few minutes the council.
Carry on.
Like previous speakers, I'd like to thank Brian for his work, not just in this budget, but over the years, and wish him well in his future journey. Like other elected members, I'd just like to thank all the office bearers who assisted us in our group meetings with regard to the budget. These budgets for me over the last 5 years have been very difficult. Our group, while making these decisions, have had the communities we represent at the heart of our decisions. Between 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020, the Scottish Government has cut funding for local government by 7% in real terms. The SNP's lack of interest in local government is why we as a council face these difficult decisions we face today. The President of COSLA, Alison Everson, has said that local government is not being respected by the Scottish Government and that councils are at breaking point because of the SNP government spending cuts. As already stated by Councillor Bissett, all 32 council local authorities sent a joint letter to the Scottish Government to say exactly they needed more support. During the latest UK Government budget, the UK Government has announced the largest increase in block funding since the start of devolution, resulting in the Scottish Government's budget increase by 4.6 billion. That's 10.6% increase. With this increase, why are we debating the cutting of services and increasing the council tax today? It is because the SNP's lack of Scottish Government's SNP's lack of interest in local government. The UK Government's funding for the Scottish Government, as I say, is the highest it's ever been. The reason, therefore, that we are debating an increase in council tax and decrease in council service is because of the cuts made by the Scottish Government in Edinburgh. Despite this being the highest ever budget, the SNP administration have put forward these several cuts in many areas. There have been in previous years opportunities to trim each department. These opportunities to trim have well gone, as these are real cuts to real services. And as Councillor Bissett says, no one came into local politics to cut services. But over the last 5 years since being elected, that's exactly what we've had to do. I would be interested to see what the letter is from the Labour group, because I would like us as a council, like the 32 councils, write to the Scottish Government and say, it's like Oliver pleading with the bowl, asking for more. But as already been stated, enough is enough. We need the money to keep these services going, Provost. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you for that. I've got a number of councillors coming in. I've got Councillor Gardner, Councillor Alexander, Councillor Coombs, Councillor Goldie, Councillor Monroe and Alison Black. But first of all, I'm going to go to Mr Purry to see if he's got the letter.
Provost, can I ask a question?
Certainly.
As there is no amendment, if there's no alternative budget, there really should be no debate.
Right. Yeah. I'll go to the Mr. Moody in relation to that on the legal side. The fact of the matter is, being open and transparent here, we've gave everybody an opportunity to speak in it. But what you're saying is what I would believe, but we'll get Mr. Moody's legal perspective. Mr. Moody.
Could I also seek a point of information, Provost?
We'll do it one at a time. Thank you, sir.
I have questions to ask.
Yeah, well, if you just hold on, please, we'll do things one at a time here. Mr. Moody is going to come in relation to the issue about if a motion is moved and seconded and there's no amendment, then can we just stop? There's no debate. So this one first, Mr. Moody.
Thank you very much, Provost. And I think the issue that you and the leader are raising refers to the specific standing order, which does indicate that where there is no amendment, that the matter is taken to be agreed and there's no debate. But that standing order is qualified and expressly qualified within your standing orders by two further provisions. So the first of these relates to the situation where there isn't general agreement. And we already have a clear indication from Councillor Bissett that his group does not agree the motion. So it's clear that there isn't general agreement. And in those circumstances, there does require to be a vote. So there isn't a question of the matter simply being carried without a vote or without debate. The standing order is also expressly qualified by the subsequent provision in the standing orders, which allows for discussion where there is no debate or amendment. Sorry, allows for discussion where there isn't an amendment to the motion on particular kinds of reports. This wouldn't typically be one of those, but it's simply a fact that there is an example within the standing orders where that can happen. And maybe to deal with Councillor Black's point on having questions to answer, there will always be an opportunity for questions to be asked in relation to the report, so that should certainly be allowed. I would also observe from the issue of practice within the council that it's beyond doubt that there are numerous examples of situations both at committee and at council where there is no amendment to the motion being moved, but there is full discussion on the matter in question. And I think taking all these things collectively and the fact that we have a clear indication that there isn't general agreement here, and we know there will require to be a vote, it would be surprising if there wasn't an opportunity to have a debate in advance of that vote. So that is my view on the matter, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much for your interpretation there. It's now an opportunity. It's Councillor Garner first, followed by Councillor Alexander, followed by Councillor Coombs, followed by Councillor Goldie, followed by Councillor Monroe, Councillor Alison Black and Councillor Colley. So it's Councillor Garner first. Thank you.
Provost, all I need is a point of information. I don't want to take
Well, you'll get your opportunity, sir, but you're on the list as it's already been. Councillor Garner, you're first, sir.
Thank you, Provost, eventually. I was looking for a bit of clarification and Colin has covered some of that, but I just need to get this straight. So there is no amendment, but there's a letter coming forward, which I thought would have been part of an amendment to follow that through. But there is no alternative budget. Is that correct? I think from speaking to colleagues that have been in this position a lot longer than me, that's probably a first for no alternative budget to come forward for the Labour Party in the opposition. So that is quite a strange one. Yeah, so I was just a bit confused there as to what we're actually doing, but Colin has clarified some of that. But I think that's opened up for any agenda item we get in the future, that we can just say there's a couple of people that don't agree and then we can have a full debate. So I'm quite surprised at that one, but we can cover that after the meeting.
Okay, thank you for your input, sir. It's Councillor Alexander, then Councillor Coombs. Councillor Alexander, sir. You're mute, David. You're mute, sir. Still mute, David. You're frozen now, David. You're still mute, David. What we'll do is we'll go to Councillor Coombs and then come back to you, sir. See if we can sort out. Thank you. Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, Provost. And I think it's been made quite clear by Councillor Bissett the reason that we're not putting forward an alternative budget. There are no alternatives because at the moment what's happening is we're between a rock and a hard place. It's almost immoral the amount of cuts that have been taking place over the past 10 years. I won't repeat all the figures. Robert's done them quite clearly, but I think that enough's enough. And the reason that I can't vote for it is because it's smoke and mirrors. As far as I can see, it's a smoke and mirrors budget, which is based on the Scottish Government grant settlement that simply pretends that the funding is adequate. But even the SNP Falkirk group have now implicitly acknowledged that this is not the case, because when they were offered £9.2 million worth of savings by officers, they could only stomach £5 million, and I say only £5 million worth of cuts. So I was just delighted to hear the council leader admit that the Scottish Government are responsible for the cuts to council services. And then Cecil also said that the Scottish Government would need to find funds elsewhere if they were to be providing more money for local authorities. Well, just recently I was reading an article and I could find £1 billion worth of taxpayers' money quite quickly. BIFAB, Prestwick Airport, Ferguson Marine and the Steelworks for Liberty Steel, 4 private companies that are being given between them because of the mess £1 billion worth of taxpayers' money. So the Scottish Government are making these political choices that private companies are more important than paying for public services. It's a smoke and mirrors budget because in order to make the cuts the SNP government think are necessary, the administration has slashed council reserves to the absolute floor. This and the one-off other financial wizardry, let's call it, that they've called on is quite clearly shown in paragraph 8.3 on page 34. We can never repeat these, I don't want to call them tricks, but if you can say that, you know, throwing away 1.2 million on rates is tax avoidance, then I'm not sure what we would call this. They can never be repeated. So basically we're gambling that there will be no more cold winters, no flooding and no pandemics. It reminds me of the time when Hemingway famously answered the question, how do you go bankrupt? And he stated, gradually and then suddenly. Well, for local government, he would have said, spend your reserves and then have a crisis. It's a smoke and mirrors budget because, as we heard earlier, almost half the savings are based on reviews or increases in fees where the real savings cannot be known. I wouldn't say it's fantasy, but it's certainly not, it's not as detailed as a normal budget would be. We will save this, we will look at this. It isn't a balanced budget, it's a financial strategy and it's based on a Micawber principle. Something will turn up. It's a smoke and mirrors budget because it postpones all the difficult decisions until after the election. I hope that the public understand the political game that's being played here. Already today, we've discussed the £1.2 million worth of their money. So all the other cuts. So basically what we're going to say is pay more and get less. I can't see that being written anywhere on a leaflet, but it's the actual fact. It's a smoke and mirrors budget because it's incoherent. The capital programme earmarks £45 million on a new art centre to regenerate Falkirk Town Centre, but yet at the same time closes public toilets, stops the free after 3 parking scheme, and it cuts the bus services still further. There's no point in building a cathedral in the desert if we can't spend the money on the basics that the people need. It's smoke and mirrors because it's blind to the real life consequences to the real people who need our help. The
Apologies,
idea
Councillor Coombs. Apologies, that's over your 4 minutes. Thank you.
Is that me over the 4?
That's over 4, yeah.
Can I just, one last thing?
Carry on. Yes.
The IJB budget should be increased. It shouldn't be cut by £1.5 million so that people properly trained and rewarded carers can look after the people who desperately need our care, not these chaotic 10-minute visits for people who then have the face the shame of soiling themselves. The real tragedy is that this budget is creating an illusion that there is such a thing as local government in Scotland. Right, I've finished, but I think it's a shabby, depressing way that we're looking at here, and it's not a vision in any way, shape or form. There'll be no bus service, there'll be no care service, and you'll need to skulk into Asda if you need a pee.
Okay, over our time.
Right, that's it.
I've got
Thank
a
you.
91, Provost.
Yes, carry on, Councillor Meikle-John.
Councillor Coombs is totally misrepresented and what I'd said. The SNP haven't rejected £9 million worth of funding. What I did clearly point out is that the Scottish Government can only deal with the budget they have, and if you want to look at alternatives, then you should be lobbying the government to where they spend their money. And you know, the fact that Councillor Coombs would much rather see all those jobs go from those companies, those companies that are manufacturing, those companies that are delivering for Scotland, and the impact that that would have in the economy just shows how naive her argument actually is.
Okay, thank you. We're going back to Councillor Alexander now. Councillor
Yes,
Alexander, can we hear you now?
I hope so. Can you?
I can hear you fine, sir. Carry
Yeah,
on.
right. Yeah, I mean, it used to be the Labour Party in Falkirk where first priority was always to save the jobs. And not according to Councillor Coombs, every single job that she has quoted is coming from the private sector, certainly. But they pay tax, they bring wealth to the community, they bring wealth to the country, they bring expertise to the country, they bring high paid jobs to the country. That's what we want. And you know, this is what we're getting from Councillor Coombs. The consolation that I've got is that nobody believes Labour these days. It's all spin and rhetoric. Smoke and mirrors has been used umpteen times. Almost £5 million was committed during this financial year in recurring expenditure. But we warned that that was power without responsibility. Well, now it's payback time, and it's time that the Labour recognise this, because it's very clear that for energy, for example, you're not responsible for energy policy in this country. I'm not responsible for energy in this country. The Prime Minister is responsible for energy in this company, in this country. I'm quite sure that a politician in the status of Mr. Bissett would be aware of that, and we can conclude from that that he's therefore chosen to try to disengage in terms of the accuracy of correspondence, or accuracy of debate. into a blind alley. That's all it can be described as, a blind alley. And as I say, we have significant amount of money that is not required in some areas, but it makes a good story in the Falkirk Herald. As you can see, you're standing up for X, Y, or Z, even though X, Y, or Z is not required. And when I say not required, you look at the areas such as the young person's education and fully paid for by the Scottish Government. We used to have to pay for ambulance and fire. We no longer have to pay for that now. Sorry, fire and police. We no longer have to pay for that. That's paid for by central government. There's a very, very difficult time for central government just now. At all levels, I even include Boris Johnson in this. He's going to get money from, I don't know, unless, of course, it's gone to the reason. We're not even allowed the opportunity to borrow the like quantities. So I'm not surprised that Labour fails going forward in terms of the budget. Fails to in the last 5 years and everything that was tackled. Whether it be new headquarters, whether it be leisure centre, whether it be regeneration. You look at the Falkirk district and you see the party that has put most into the local economy and achieved most. And it's certainly not Mr. Bissett's Labour Party, that's for sure. So, Provost, thank you for letting me speak, and I look forward to seeing a more constructive Labour Party in the future, or at least a more realistic Labour Party in the future.
Okay, Councillor Alexander, thank you for your input, sir. We're going now to Councillor Goldie. This is your big moment. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. You're on mute, Dennis.
Thank you, Provost. I've had a lot of big moments in my time, a lot of disappointments, but I've never had a disappointment like this. Could I just ask, first of all, for a point of clarity, Councillor Bissett did mention the closure of the Camlin Education Centre. But does he mean the community centre? Because the education centre is already closed. That's a de facto position. Could I get some clarification on that?
Yep. We've got an officer going to answer this one. Or we'll go back to Councillor Bissett. Councillor Bissett, in your summary, you mentioned that. Could you maybe clarify? Councillor Bissett?
It was the Camlin Education Centre, I believe.
Yeah.
It's closed already.
It's closed already, aye.
So
Okay.
the other thing I would like to say, Provost, is we've heard a great deal about smoke and mirrors from my old colleagues. Well, they've said much, but they've talked much, but said little. I have to tell you that never in my life did I ever think that the Labour Party would sit there at a time when our communities can't find enough money to feed their family, they can't get enough money to heat their homes, and we sit there and a budget comes forward and Labour, my former party, didn't put an objection up to that. Provost, I would like to register my dissent to the motion and be allowed to leave the meeting.
You're allowed to do that, yeah, you can leave the meeting at any time you like, sir.
And register my dissent. How about register?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, right. Thank you very much, sir, for your input. That takes us now to Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Provost. I should just like to thank the finance team for all their hard work, and particularly Ryan Smale for his unfailing frankness and help over the years, and I'm sure he will be much missed. Every year since I've been a councillor, we've been asked to make cuts to the most basic facilities our communities rely on. And it's worth restating that under the Scottish the budget, the Scottish Government will get from the UK an additional £4.6 billion through the Barnett formula, resulting in 41 billion a year. And it's important to remember that this, unlike the Scottish settlement, is a 3-year settlement. But this year we get 6%, and in the 2 following years, it will only be 1%. And that's a concern given the things we've been told today. The respected Fraser of Allender Institute said the UK government is entitled to frame its commitments over the next 3 years as a big deal, with public spending on course to be higher than pre-pandemic levels and high in an historic context. The Cape Forbes insistence that Scotland will receive less grant is based on the fact that the UK Treasury coughed up an additional 10 billion during the pandemic to keep our economy from faltering. And Cape Forbes is using emergency funding levels to pretend that the emergency levels of funding are the benchmark, or thinks that pandemic levels of spending should continue, and we all know that that's not possible. 41 million budget to the Scottish Government is a substantial uplift, we all know that. But the people of Falkirk need to be aware that a similar increase did not come down to local authorities. And why is this? What is Nicola Sturgeon saying about her view on the work of local authorities when she hands down cuts year after year? We're not important. And by that, I mean, she doesn't think what we do for our communities is important. And when money is sent, it's often ring-fenced, and you can only spend it in certain areas. So as a council, we're operating in a straitjacket where funding is channeled into what community, not into what community wants, but what Scottish Government deems the priority. So in order to provide a balanced budget, we have eaten into our reserves, or used up most of our reserves. And I wonder that whether someone in the SNP is going to be writing a letter at the end of this council saying, you know, the same as that infamous Ian Byrne note, there is no money left. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's now an opportunity for Councillor Black, who I believe wanted to ask a number of questions. Councillor Black, take it away.
Yeah, I won't keep you long. I'd just like to firstly identify myself with everybody else's comments about Mr. Smale. He'll be a huge miss to the council. He's been a fantastic officer in every single way, very highly respected and highly regarded. I had 2 points I wanted to make, and probably a question in that, because I actually can't quite believe that we're here today in the situation that we're in. I've fought for the last 10 years, at least every budget, the closure of the public toilets come up. Now, most of the councillors here today are drive, and if you drive, you're quite protected from some of the issues that people who don't drive have. Currently, the bus service is very poor. There's no any sign that it's going to go back to normal anytime soon. The public toilets in Grangemouth and Bo'ness and Falkirk are all beside the bus stops. Now, people are saying people can use Asda, they can use the supermarket, but if you need to be near a toilet and there isn't a toilet in your town centre, then you're going to just you're only going to go to the supermarket, and you're not going to visit the rest of the town centre. It is a huge issue, and the equality impact assessment says that it'll mainly affect older people and pregnant women. Well, believe you me, it'll affect a lot more people like that. Small children, people with different types of hidden disabilities, etc., and health problems. And I just think this is a really serious thing for our town centres and for the public. We really need to keep those toilets open. So my question is, and I've got another, I'll keep going. My question is, are you really going to shut those toilets? My next question is the pest control service. Saying that there's lots, it says in the quality impact assessment that there's lots of private operators that can do this. Well, believe you me, over the last few years in Grangemouth, there's been a big issue with rats, an increasing issue with rats in our communal spaces and in people's homes, and it's caused great fear and alarm to families and to some older vulnerable people that are living on their own. And those private services, those companies, they can charge a lot of money, and a lot of people can't afford that. So I think that to get rid of that pest control service is doing our constituents a big disfavour. But I could go on about a lot of other things that we've never ever wanted to do, and they're in this budget today. But to shut those public toilets, I think, is shocking, and I hope that I'm mistaken and that isn't in fact going to happen. So could you tell me if it is or not? Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. The first question in relation to the shutting of the toilets, I think we go to Mr. Naylor. Mr. Naylor?
Thank you, Provost. It's not for me to make the decision about closing the public toilets. I think Councillor Black has set out the situation. If the public toilets are closed, then citizens will need to make use of toilets available in pubs, restaurants, supermarkets. The comfort scheme that was being proposed some years prior to COVID, the Town Centre Management Committee in Falkirk was making some progress with that. Obviously, we would work with such organisations to see if there could be a comfort scheme introduced by way of mitigation, but where we are today is that citizens would need to access other public toilets that are available locally.
Okay, the next question was on the rats. Is it Mr. Benny going to answer this one? Mr. Benny with us?
Thank you, Provost. With regard to the Pest Control Service, there's no obligation for the Council to provide a pest control service, and the Council previously operated without one in 2019-20, during which time we received very few complaints from the public due to the wide availability of commercial operators. The service currently has 2 vacant posts, and so this change would have a limited impact on existing employees. So it's really put forward for elected members to make the decision on where that priority is, and that is a saving to me that has a low impact on residents in the local area.
Thank you. Councillor Black, any more questions?
No, Provost, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your input. We now have Councillor Coley, followed by Councillor Nimmo, Councillor Murtagh and Councillor Bowes. So Councillor Coley, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, I'd like to start just by making a note around the different budgets, and I think it's important that we recognise that COVID isn't over, and it's certainly not over for our health and social care system. In discussing the IJB budget, I must once again pay tribute to all the work of our staff over the last year, particularly over the most recent extremely challenging winter period. They've gone above and beyond, and it is without doubt a testament to their commitment and passion for supporting people in our district. These challenges, as I've said, they continue, and I hope will begin to ease soon and enable the partnership to continue its journey of transformation to deliver the best possible support to people in Falkirk. I would take a slight exception to Councillor Bissett's assertion about the lack of care packages, and the reason I want to take issue with that is that he didn't mention COVID once. He didn't mention the huge challenges that our health and social care services have faced over the winter in attempting to meet critical need. Significant levels of funding are provided by the Scottish Government and IJBs and partners in the NHS and Council, and I welcome that ongoing commitment of the Council, our administration, fellow councillors and officers in supporting this. I think it's worth noting the huge amount of extra investment that has gone in, particularly in around health, but also in social care, directly from the government in trying to get us past the real challenges of COVID, including vaccination. Whilst the IJB will be requested to provide some savings, these are significantly lower than was initially requested, and enables a business case utilising both revenue income and reserves, including COVID reserve, to be delivered, focused on the recovery of services and indeed the continued transformation. It's worth saying again that the IJB delivered transformation even in the most difficult of circumstances. I'll note just a few. They opened Thornton Gardens, delivering emergency respite and extending its services to also provide intermediate care, an important offer as COVID caused challenges across the system. They developed step-down beds for individuals to be safely cared for in a homely environment rather than in the hospital, whilst they awaited a care home of their choice. They reviewed and put in place plans for a wider offer of day services for older people, including focusing on individuals being able to take part in activities in their own communities, the things they used to do, and be offered re-ablement to rebuild their confidence and skills. And they developed a new third sector hospital discharge path with food trains, Strathcarron and more, delivering transport, home safety checks, befriending and food to help people going home from hospital. There's far more to mention, but I'll leave it at that. And I wanted to ask a couple of questions of Patricia, and I think these are, it's probably just important to look at the context when we talk about some of the proposals around the National Care Service, and the Council came to a view on that, but I take a bit of exception to the idea there'll be no care service in Falkirk. The SNP are the ones who commissioned the independent review into adult social care, were the ones who commissioned and developed the engagement with individuals on the potential for a national care service, whether we agree with that or not. But the key element of it, of supporting a more human rights-based approach to social care, and to deliver independence and support for individuals to enable them to live their best lives. And I think, you know, one of the things that I've been really heartened with is even when we've disagreed on some of the bits around the edges, we agree on that. And I think we need to hold on to that and stop making assertions that there's going to be no social care in Falkirk, because that's really disappointing. So I wanted to ask Patricia a couple of questions around the future National Care Service. And I'll just ask them both if that's okay, Provost.
That's fine, carry on.
So I wonder, Patricia, if you're able to give an idea when we might expect legislation for the National Care Service. And also, I wonder if you can say a little about how we can ensure that the work of the IJB, including transformation and investment, continues to press ahead and is not frozen in waiting for a National Care Service.
Okay, Patricia. Provost, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Colley. As members of the Council will know, the responses to the consultation were published about a month ago, more widely, and we're waiting and expecting in the next couple of weeks the formal response from the Scottish Government to that consultation. We then understand that legislative process may start, but particularly we're expecting by around about June, July to see the sort of programme of government and the plans for the next steps in relation to how that response to the consultation and the Feely review will be implemented. It's my understanding from discussions with other colleagues across the strategic sort of health and social care policy area and Scottish Government that the purpose of the National Care Service is really to reduce variation and any elements of so-called postcode lottery. But it's very much focused on localism and the involvement of people who have care experience and who need the services of health and social care, and their carers and families to be engaged in the design and co-design and co-production of local services. One of the strengths we've had in Falkirk has been the engagement with our carers, our communities, and with the third and independent sector. So we would expect to continue to build on that, notwithstanding there may be a changing environment for that. But we did a quick review of the IGB's strategic plan once the consultation was underway, and really were able to give the IGB assurance that our response to the pandemic, our continued response, our recovery, the way that we are working is aligned with certainly some of the themes that have been running through the consultation document. Discussions with Kevin Stewart, the Minister for Social Care and Mental Health, have been very much around pace and around continuing to develop those person-centred approaches. So in answer to your second question, Councillor Colley, I wouldn't see that we would see, or the IGB or the Council or Health Board would see any pause or reduction in the pace that we currently have in terms of transformation. Although at the moment that is sitting alongside with both our continued response, it does continue to be very challenging in the local health and care system, but also into how we recover and how we meet the pent-up demand that we're seeing both in primary care, community care and in access to acute care. I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Colley.
Can I say thank you? And it was extremely remiss of me not at the point to say both thank you to both Gillian and to Patricia and the preparation of the work around the business case and the budget, and just to say thank you very much, because I know how many things they've had on as well as that. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your input. Now we're at a stage now we have Councillor Nimmo, Councillor Bowes, Councillor Murtagh and Councillor McCluskey, and then we're going to go back, but I believe that Councillor Garner has his hand up. He's spoken already, but he may have a question. But after pardon? There's some more coming in, is there? I'm just getting told. So we'll just head straight to Councillor Nimmo.
Okay, thanks very much, Provost, and hopefully I'll not take the full 4 minutes. Can I just say that I wondered how long it would take for the SNP to blame the Westminster government, but they didn't fail to disappoint yet again. What they did fail to mention was that they've tripled the cuts and passed them on to local authorities. See, we're the ones that are having to bear the brunt of the cuts. Now, I'm going to go back and repeat all the figures because I think that'll set the scene a bit as well. And there's a stark truth in all this, because it's going back to 2007, 2008. The SNP budget gap was 7.2 million. In 2008-9, it was 4.2 million. In 2009-10, it was 9.5 million. 2010-11, it went up to 10 million. 2011-12, it was 8.5 million. 2012-13, 10 million. 13-14, 10.7 million. 14-15, 10.5 million. 15-16, 12.4 million. 16-17, it rose to 25 million. 17-18, 20.4 million. 18-19, it was 22.4 million. 19-20, it was 22.9 million. 2020-21, 24.1 million. And 21-22, it was sitting at 25.4 million. In the coming year, we're looking at £28.8 million worth of a budget gap. Now, that gives a grand total of £252 million that's getting slashed off Falkirk Council's budget over the last 15-16 years. And individuals wonder why the Labour group's not coming forward with an alternative budget. Well, come on, look at the figures. Who would want to be complicit in cutting a council budget by £252 million? The Labour group certainly isn't. We've just gone through a debate regarding the trust. This is going to add to future budget liabilities as well, with a 1.2 million addition every year from now on. It's just, it beggars belief. 4% council tax increase. Well, I'll tell you one thing, the public out there aren't going to see any benefit from the increase in the council tax, because that's just going to get swallowed up with the deficit. So you're asking the public to foot the bill for the SNP shortfall in the budgets being proposed from Edinburgh. You're not on. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. It's now an opportunity for Councillor Bowes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost, and a bit like Alan, I'll try to come under the 4 minutes. I like the way people are very selective on their dates that they pick when they're quoting statistics. Remembering, of course, that in 13-14, I think Police Scotland and Fire and Rescue came out of the council responsibility. So yes, there was a drop then. Well, when we move on to what has been said, this 41 billion budget that the Scottish Government has got this year and the 6% rise. The 6% rise is based on from the 2019 budget. Therefore, we've had a 2% rise per year. That's what they've allowed us with this 6%. I think inflation at the moment is standing at 5.4, looking to go to somewhere about 7.3, and we're getting told we're getting 1% next year and 1% the year after. Really have a thought about these figures. I'm not having a go at anybody in this. The figures are there. Really make sure that when you're talking about these figures that you consider all matters. The worldwide things that are happening at the moment are going to be pushing prices up as well. So I can see inflation going even higher, but we're going to have to deal with that as a council as we move forward. My main thing to speak today about, and one of my big concerns is, what if the SNP had decided, right, we'll not set a budget either? Where would we be today? We wouldn't be setting a budget. Audit Scotland, I understand, and somebody might want to correct me on that, would then come in and they would set a budget. Would they have set a budget where there was no compulsory redundancies? No. They would have just went in and said, right, we're not using reserves, we'll just cut these jobs. It would have been irresponsible for us not to do it. And I think I saw Councillor Goldie, and you can see the anger that's in him, his former party, and there's a responsibility we've got. And yes, as you said earlier on, the leader of the council wrote to the Scottish Government as part of a joint group. Leader of the council also then represented the council with the Scottish Government, and it wasn't found down the back of a couch. It was represented, and it was the extra 120 million that was given to Scottish councils was actually fought for by people like Cecil Meikle-John, and in particular Cecil Meikle-John. I really find it strange that we sit here today that people are criticising what we have put in the budget when we could maybe just have no bothered. And if we'd no bothered, then we're in a situation that Audit Scotland take over and they would have made the cuts. They would have made cuts and they would have just come in and wiped out the cuts. They wouldn't have done what we have been doing and how hard that we have worked on this. Yes, I have got every gratitude to Brian Smale. I don't need to keep saying that to him. I've spoken to him privately and how much I've got time for him. I think he realises how hard we've worked on this year's. This year's was one of the hardest ever. Why? Because we don't want to leave the people of Falkirk open to people from outside Falkirk, and Audit Scotland have got a job to do. They would have just come in and they would have tore this apart. People would have been made compulsory redundant. I'm sorry, but I've listened to this all today. We've taken our responsibilities, we've put a budget together, and hopefully, whether you agree with us or not, hopefully we'll get through this, and you can all sit and at least say, at least there is no compulsory redundancies in this budget. We're protecting the people that work for us, as well as trying to do what we can to protect the people of Falkirk.
Thank you for your input, sir. It's Councillor Murtagh followed by Councillor McCluckie. I believe Councillor Ritchie's in as well. And we'll obviously go back to Councillor Garner to see if he's got a question. So it's Councillor Murtagh, and I believe Councillor McHugh's come in as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. And I think following on from Councillor Bowes, I think it does feel disappointing in terms of the tone of what's being represented. And you know, these matters, given that we're debating it and there's no amendment, these matters that are being said are for the benefit of the public. They're for the benefit of understanding and explaining what everybody's point of view is. And to take just the example about rhyming off a cumulative set of what is year on year the budget gap and the costs which go into contributing to that budget gap, as if those are the cuts that are being taken from the budget, when that's completely not the case. You know, it's outlined in the report, you know, the kind of additional costs which, you know, if the public are facing costs and energy prices, so are the council. If the public or business out there are facing costs and construction costs, so are the council. We are, you know, experiencing the same inflationary pressures, the same energy costs as all the people out there. But what we are seeking to do in keeping the council tax rise much lower than inflation is to be mindful and be protective of our communities and say, okay, you know, we already have a much lower rate of council tax than our neighbours. It's there within the report, and perhaps Mr. Smale can come in and clarify that situation. But even with the 4% increase in council tax, we are not even going to meet that national average that is currently there before all the other councils put their taxes up again. And that does decrease the amount that we are able to gain from council tax to spend on services. And if we were to even increase it to the Scottish average or to increase it by the rate of inflation, that would put more pressure on individual householders who are under, as we know, a cost of living crisis in the same way that we are. And so, you know, it is a difficult balance that we are seeking to, you know, to create. But we are achieving that. We are not putting compulsory redundancies out there. We are safeguarding jobs. We are looking at the situation which our communities face, which our families face, and seeking to protect them. But yes, of course, if we weren't to do that, then the budget gap would be bigger, and we would have to take more from services, and we don't want to do that either. So I'm really surprised by, you know, the comments about taking from reserves when in previous years it's been, as I seem to recall, the Labour group actually taking us in their proposals below the agreed floor that we had even set ourselves in order to do just such a thing. So yes, these are difficult decisions, and they're about, you know, we've had to make difficult compromises to balance that. But our budget does that. It seeks to be responsible, and in not bringing forward an alternative, I am really shocked that, you know, the Labour Party want to pick out selected, you know, savings that are in the budget and say, how can you do this? How can you do that? But they're not bringing any alternative. They're not bringing any responsible proposal forward to enable that. And nor are they looking at the Scottish Government's budget and saying that, you know, well, let's cut the NHS budget. Where are you going to take that money from if we're going to safeguard our families and shield them from, you know, tax increases that will hit them? Then we have to make these difficult compromises. I'm really disappointed to, you know, the one thing that was said about, you know, money into private companies and looking at BIFAB, I seem to remember at the time, and I think it was Richard Leonard who was the Labour leader at the time, directly saying how the pressure, and a great example of how the Labour movement had forced the government, and trying to even, I think he got quite a lot of criticism at the time for trying to take credit for the Scottish Government stepping in and safeguarding those jobs. That's what a responsible government does. It makes difficult choices with the resources that we've got. And yes, you know, we are restricted to what we get from Westminster. But I think we have to be honest with the public that if we aren't to increase taxes, we will have less money to come in, and that will mean you know, more difficult decisions about services. So perhaps Mr. Smale could come in just to, I think everybody's got the report, but the public maybe don't have it in front of them. So in pages 27 and 28 to outline the position about where Falkirk will be and where we are at the moment in relation to our neighbours and what the increase in the 4% means relative to those next to us.
Mr. Smale.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, as Councillor Murtagh has indicated, the point that has been referred to is made in the report at the top of page 27, and in particular, para 512.3, just by way of illustration, picks two neighbouring councils and shows the difference in yield derived from their council tax rates relative to our own council tax rates. And you can see, particularly with respect to Stirling, that there's a very large differential in Stirling's case, not far off 7 million. So the council tax freeze, when it came in, and indeed after it ended, there were still, of course, restrictions with the 3% ceiling, means that we, along with other low tax rate councils, were locked in to what was a previous policy imperative for understandable reasons at the time. And now, with the removal of the constraint, it is now open to our council, as it is for other councils, to take a view on things. And in our case, there's certainly an argument for incrementally, it'd be for members to decide, but there's clearly a case, given the financial prognosis set out in this report for future years, of adopting a strategy that in measured and structured manner looks perhaps maybe to gravitate more towards the average. Hopefully that's helpful. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh, you're at your 5 minutes, but we'll give you another minute to wind up. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. I think it is really just to make that point, and I thank Mr. Smale for the answer, and indeed associate myself with the remarks of others in his service. I don't think that Mr. Smale would feel particularly happy at the assertion that's been made that this is not a balanced budget. We have a legal responsibility to set that balanced budget. The SNP administration has stepped up to the plate to do so. To try to do so in a way that safeguards jobs, safeguards our families, and reflects on the difficult choices that we've got. I think that's the sort of government that the people want to see making choices in order that we can move forward. And if others are simply going to come forward and say, I can't believe you're going to do this, but not actually present an alternative, that's not a responsible position. And I'm pleased that we're able to present a responsible position for our communities. Thank you, Provost.
Well, thanks for your input. Councillor McCluckie, then Councillor Ritchie, and we'll go back to Councillor Gardner for his question. Councillor McCluckie.
Right, thanks, Provost. Firstly, can I correct the people today who's saying that the Labour opposition didn't put a budget forward? There are two oppositions. We have the same amount of members as the Conservatives. So clearly, you know, there are two oppositions. But it only seems to get mentioned that the Labour group's opposition, when, as I say, it's actual two have the same status. We both have 7 members. So that's one. The second point I would like to make is relating to some of the issues that came up today. We talk about cutting 100,000 from the bus subsidies. Now, I know that the council called a climate emergency that we all agreed in. We were all going to improve the carbon footprint, and we were also going to make over decisions for listening to climate change and the impacts and whether the decisions would have an impact on it. So I'm just wondering from firstly the director, and then obviously, as I say, we've got a councillor involved in the climate change down there, Mr. Gardner, their view of why taking 100,000 out of rural bus services and that, so that people will have to, you know, not be able to get in and have to use cars, how that's helping the global situation. So I wonder, that's my first question, Provost.
Your first question will be to Mr. Benny in relation to direct dialogue between yourself and Councillor Gardner. That wouldn't be appropriate at this stage. So,
right, okay. Right.
Mr. Benny, could you answer the question, please?
Thank you, Provost. the proposal in front of you is to do a review to identify those bus routes which provide the least impact to local communities. So as I've said to elected members who've asked me, this process is not undertaken yet, and but it would not be my intention to see it generate the removal of routes. It would more be the limiting of routes at times like late at night when services are more poorly used, or at weekends. That's all I've got to say on that.
Okay.
Thanks for that answer. You know, it doesn't seem to help things because obviously new contracts are coming out in August, and the contracts without price of diesel and everything else will be a lot more dear. Also, the way it's worded here is very good on a Conservative leaflet I see out here, which says that Falkirk Council have cut back on essential services across Upper Braes, making it more difficult for residents who rely on the service to attend vital appointments and to get to work on a day-to-day basis, with the cost of driving an all-time high. Residents at key times. Buses are a vital service that many residents of the villages need for their day-to-day lives, going to Falkirk for banking, work, or the retail part and town centres for shopping. Now, that's a Conservative candidate put that around thousands of doors there, and I'm glad she's doing that. But I was just wondering, maybe later on, if some of the Conservative colleagues tell us how they're doing it, because right here we've got £100,000 of cuts. But so that's one of the issues. But that's drastic for my communities. Already the bus services get a full allowance for the subsidised services, and the buses has been scythed off for the last 2 years, getting the money for COVID for the first bus and no providing the services, but running commercial services till 11 o'clock at night and stopping the rural services where they're getting paid to run by the subsidised service at the council. They're not running it. So that's the first one. The second one was a point made about toilets earlier on, Provost, and I'd like to say, obviously, the Grangemouth councillor was on about getting new toilets in Grangemouth, and we see on the budget proposals that we're closing toilets in Grangemouth, Falkirk and Bo'ness. So to save 35,000 a year. Now, can we tell us then, as these new toilets getting built, are we taking them out? Right, and we're trying to save 35,000 by shutting toilets, and then we're going to take out another toilet. Which, can you tell me what the facts are there? Because the councillor was on about it earlier on. So I wonder if I get answers to that question.
Have we got an officer stepping up here to answer that question relating to these toilet closures? Is it going to be Robert? Mr. Naylor? Yeah, I've got Mr. Naylor there.
Thanks, Provost. Just to say to Councillor McLuckie, I'm not aware of any new toilet provision that's been created in the community.
Well, you heard the debate from at the park in Grangemouth. This getting a brand new toilet built, according to him. So I was just wondering if we're cutting other toilets and then going to be putting staff in to keep clean that one. So that's why I was asking. Obviously, nobody questioned it earlier on. I was only making a question. Right.
Okay. Right.
That's first. The other one is from education as well, convener, that we're going to, what we said earlier on about the trust proposals, is other councils now start to utilise schools and increase the use of the schools, and namely secondary schools who have good facilities. Well, I didn't hear a secondary school in my ward. I've not got one. So what I do hear is village schools, and the village schools, I can't get in for surgeries, so I don't see how they're going to be, and these are the centre of the villages, centre of our places. So I didn't ken how these measures are going to help, because what we're going to do is shut Bo'ness and Graham High at weekends and shut other schools at 9 o'clock. So how is that going to help get these facilities for the community when we're closing them? Right, can you answer that, please?
Provost?
Yep.
Yep. So the savings that are proposed there in terms of Graham and bonus are to do with the fairly significant costs of the contract for keeping those facilities open at the time that they're used. And I would refer the councillor to my earlier answer that at the point at which the schools come back into council ownership, the strict terms of the existing contracts would no longer apply, and that's when we have the opportunity to extend community access basically at our cost rather than the cost of the private contractor, whose rates, particularly for weekend use in the schools mentioned, are exorbitant.
So the answer is that in a couple of years things may improve when we take back these schools, but in the meantime we're closing them for the community. So that's fine. Got my answer there, Provost. The next one is IGB. Clearly, Councillor Coley, who I've always complimented, said that £1.5 million cut in the IGB isn't as bad as I thought, and isn't going to take reserves and things no be as bad. I've got daily phone calls for constituents that can't get care packages. Right? I mean, I just find this astounding. I've got one that they can't get care providers in. The man has mental health and physical disabilities, and he's on the phone daily, phone. He can't get in. The social workers will not go in, and the care workers, because they're a wee bit abusive and that. So I know the difficulty that happens, but that's what happens when people have illnesses that they can't do anything about. That's just a fact of obviously mental health, and we've got to accept these issues. But meanwhile, there's people out there can't get care, and I just see how is £1.5 million a cut going to help that? And as I say, the other thing is to do with the schools. We put in money from the Scottish Government to put in counselling services at school, right? And I'd ask Mr. Naylor, all the evidence I've seen is it didn't work, right? There is more and more people self-harming. There is more and more people, as I say, with mental health issues among our school children and having problems, and I don't see it working. So when is a report got to come in to go and identify this provision by people where it doesn't seem to be anything with? So as he says, but maybe you could answer that, please.
Mr. Naylor, and I think maybe bring somebody else in relation to the first
I've got
issue.
I've got a 19-1 as well.
Right, okay, thank you.
So thank you, Provost. Councillor McCluskey, in terms of the report, there'll be a report to the next meeting of the Education, Children and Young People Committee on the 29th of March in terms of the progress made with the rollout of mental health services for young people. Over the course of the last fortnight, we have 3 different services that have gone live, and publicity has been circulated around that to young people and their families. In terms of interventions not making a difference, I would suggest that that's not the case. I think the work that's been done in our schools through existing counselling services and the provision of access to other community-based counselling services, we do expect that will, over time, make quite a difference, and certainly will bridge the gap between pastoral support in schools all the way up to the provision of CAMS services, which tend to be for the most severe cases. So in short, there'll be a report later this month, and I think members will see that there's been significant work done over the course of the last year, and that Falkirk will in short order have a service that we didn't have before, which will make, we hope, a profound difference to the mental health and well-being of our young people. Thank you.
In this report, Mr. Naylor, could you tell me, as we're doing a survey now and asking children to meet inappropriate questions for their age, but are we doing a survey of the people in this question?
Councillor McCluskey, that's no on this agenda. It's no a part of this item. We'll go to Patricia Cassidy on your questions in relation to. We'll come back to Councillor Coley for the 19-1, and we'll get Councillor Garner on the 19-1. We'll go to Patricia Cassidy first to answer the questions in relation to the care packages and come back to the 19 ones. Patricia?
Thank you, Provost. Councillors will be aware that we do have significant demand within our communities for home care. That is as a result of the effects of the pandemic, not only on the individuals themselves, but we're seeing a huge pent-up demand from our communities of people seeking and requiring care at home. As you'll be aware, the ambition of the Integration Joint Board is to support as many people to remain in their own homes independently as long as possible. But one of our other challenges is in relation to our workforce and our turnover in our workforce, not just in the local authority, but in the independent sector and across the whole social care system. And that's not particular to Falkirk, it's a problem that's been experienced across the whole of the country. So we have significant difficulty in terms of vacancies. We've got support from HR and continuing a rolling programme of recruitment, but we're not able to replace people as quickly as they are leaving. People are very tired and exhausted. Our staff have been under significant pressure for 2 years now, and actually the last 3 months have been the hardest of all. Just as the country appears to be opening up, actually the demand is increasing greatly. So we do have issues, and they're not necessarily in relation to funding. We have received significant additional funding through the health service from Scottish Government for the provision of social care and for the recovery. Our challenges are around not only ourselves in recruiting and retaining staff, but also our providers. In the autumn there, we had a significant number of providers handing back packages of care. We've had care homes where we've had to send in our own staff to keep them safe. So we've got a continual challenge in relation to our workforce. Councillor Colley referred to some of the work we're doing with the third sector. We're doing work with carers and families in the third sector to provide alternatives for people who maybe got a lower level of need, that we can meet them in different ways. But it is certainly a significant challenge, but it's not directly related to budget. We do have budget, we do have vacancies. We are trying, like other providers in social care in the third sector, to recruit a workforce and a sustainable workforce. Thank you.
Provost, I've never heard the likes of that in my life, that £1.5 million of cuts and there's no pressure on budgets, or that would help people
Okay.
get more
Sorry,
care work.
Councillor McCluskey.
Give them a rise.
We've got a 19-1 for Councillor Colley. What's your 19-1, Councillor Colley?
Myself, Provost.
Yeah, we know. We haven't forgotten about you.
Thank you, Provost. I want to come back on what John said, because he misrepresented what I said, and I specifically referred to the number of care packages that were awaiting in the community, and I think we all as councillors know that. We've got regular briefings and regular updates from Patricia around the challenges of the pandemic, particularly over this last 3 months. The issue is primarily at the moment is about the pandemic, and it's about recovery from the pandemic. The partnership is still in response mode, and I think you need to separate it off from the budget, because that's not really what it's about. And I think Patricia said that far more articulately than I did. There is additional money in relation to COVID reserves in terms of trying to clear that backlog, but there's so many challenges in place, and I think I wanted to be very clear about that.
Right, yeah, thank you very much for that. We now go to Councillor Gardner, who's got a 19-1 too. Councillor Gardner?
No, Provost, I don't have a 19-1.
Excuse me, Councillor McCluskey, I'm speaking to Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gardner, we're coming
Provost,
back to
the folk interrupted us all day.
Councillor Gardner, I'll come back to you, sir.
Right, thanks, Provost.
Right, it's Councillor McCluskey, any more questions? You've had 6.5 minutes.
But you didn't time questions, Provost.
No,
but that's them all. That's them all.
Thank you.
I'll leave it at that.
Provost,
Okay,
19-1.
thank you for your contribution.
I've still got a 19-1.
Who's that? Councillor Balfour, right? Councillor
Yes.
Balfour.
Thank you, at last.
Right. Now, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, we've been going through a due process here. we haven't forgotten about you. It's just that we've got people just in front of you. Carry on, sir.
Right, thank you. If we refer back to what I was saying earlier regarding the toilets in the park, what I was saying was, due to the flood defence coming in, the toilets in the kiosk will get destroyed. Had we closed that and not rejected the closure that was put forward by the trust, then the toilets and the kiosk would not have been replaced. They will now, if and when they do get destroyed, they will be replaced with new ones, and they'll be run by a third-party group that are running the kiosk. I hope that's clear enough for Councillor McLuckie now.
Well, it's very clear, sir, and thank you very much. And no disrespect to you. The fact is that we were just going through the process of the list we have in front of us. Now, can I say this just now, that this item on your agenda, we're here for an hour and 35 minutes, where I noticed a motion that was moved and seconded, and there was never an amendment. But because of the fact is that we had a legal ruling from Mr. Moody, we've allowed everybody to come through and given everybody an opportunity, because this is such an important area within the council. So I'm heading now to Councillor Ritchie.
Thanks, Provost. It's a question I've got first. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's regarding the toilets. Why does this come under education remit? I can remember asking a few years back about this, because it used to be under housing, and it was then put over to education. So why is that? Why did it happen?
Thanks. That's a very simple question. We'll go to Mr. Naylor. Stephen, give us an answer. Mr. Naylor?
Provost, I'm afraid I'm unable to answer that question. That responsibility for public toilets was on my remit when I arrived in the council. It previously was, as the councillor says, I think, with corporate and housing services. And I'm not able to explain the rationale for why that changed. Suffice to say that the running of the toilets fits very comfortably with the catering and cleaning services management arrangements that we have in place. So it's never been any difficulty for it to sit within children's services. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll bring maybe Kenny Gillespie in on this one as well. Have you got anything to add to that, Kenny?
August, through yourself, it's just covering what Robert said there. It actually followed the service manager. It sat with catering and cleaning the toilets, and when the catering and cleaning moved over as the main service provider for schools, it followed at the present time with the service manager many years ago, Provost.
Okay, thank you, Kenny. Okay, Anne.
Right, that's great, Provost. We've just got a few more things to say, and that's me. I'll not take long. Closing the toilets in Bowness. I'm only talking about Bowness because it affects my residents. I think it's wrong to do this year. Due to the last 2 years with COVID, closing the toilets, the cafes are just opening back up in Bowness. There is quite a few opened up, but not them all yet. The ones that's opened up, there's a few of them that's not even letting people that go in to buy, sit down and whatever, for them to use the toilets. Where is people going to do the toilet? Because I've not got anywhere else in Bowness to actually use. John Muir Trail, we promote it as a council. People in the John Muir Trail, where are those people supposed to do the toilet? Behind the bushes. It's just not acceptable. Now, I know there's a company in Bowness that's actually trying to, they went through planning process, can't name them or whatever, but they've come into difficulty as well. And I feel that if we left it another year and then came back, then that would help. I feel it's under the wrong remit, being under education. If it was under communities, it would be a lot better. We might not have to have done this in the first place. But what I will say, people attacking the SNP administration on their budget, at least they've brought forward a budget. Now, I've got to congratulate the SNP for doing this, because neither Labour or the Tory party have even tried All they've done today is moan, and see whoever comes back after the elections, the councillors that come back, please start working together, because you're not doing it now. So start working together, and you'll maybe do the right things for the people of Falkirk, instead of, oh, this one's doing that one's doing this. It's not the right way to go, and it's not good for the residents. Thank you, Provost.
No, thank you for your words of wisdom there, Deputy Provost. Now go to Councillor Hughes, and we've got Councillor McHugh and Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Hughes. Thank you, sir. You're mute, Gordon.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Right, thank you, Provost. I don't know about you, Provost, but if I was the reporter for the Falkirk Herald, of which I'm not, obviously, or any other reporter listening into this conversation today, I don't know what kind of headlines I would be putting. I mean, the first one is empty rhetoric. Then we have smoke and mirrors. Then we have moan a lot. And then we have criticism gone mad. I wonder if constituents were listening to this today, why, I think they would be saying, why do we pay councillors? Why do we elect them if they won't represent us? Because politicians are elected to represent their constituents, to do their best, and at the same time to set budgets. I know that Labour at the end of the day could be described as the opt-out party. But I'm beginning to wonder if Labour, in my opinion, Provost, is fast becoming a militant tendency party which just shouts from the sidelines, offering lots of criticism, but not offering any alternatives. But can I just ask one question, Provost, either to Kenneth Laurie or to our legal officer, Mr. Moody? If the opposition parties today, both Labour and the Conservatives, vote against the budget, what will happen?
A good question. I'll bring you on. Mr. Moody, I think, is going to answer that.
Thank you, Provost. Obviously, we don't know if that is the situation as yet, as maybe the first observation to make. So we will need to cross that bridge if we come to it, but we're not on the bridge yet. The background to this is that the council has a legal obligation to fix its council tax each year, and there is a time limit for that. And in reaching its council tax, fixing the council tax, the council needs to balance the budget at the same time, and that's the root of the legal obligation which has been referred to. So the most immediate response to the vote which Councillor Hughes is referring to, if for instance we faced a situation where on a for and against vote the council was against the only budget which is being presented to it, is that we could not end the item on the revenue budget for the year at that point. We would need to reconvene at a later date following discussion to reconsider the issue again in order to fulfil our statutory requirement as a public authority.
Thank you, Provost.
Okay, is that you finished, Councillor Hughes?
Yes, thank you.
And I think it was a question that was in everybody's mind, so it came out sooner than maybe later. Thank you very much. It's now an opportunity for Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of questions. They've both probably been preempted by colleagues. First of all, in the public toilets, I totally agree with Deputy Provost Dan Ritchie. Closing the toilets in Bowness is absolutely deplorable. I think it's quite demeaning to a lot of residents, and I think it will cause a lot of ill feeling. We talk about having places that people can go. That's okay if you're in a big town like Falkirk, Grangemouth, Bowness. Places aren't open on Sundays, evenings, whatever else. The toilet pubs don't like people walking in and out to use a toilet and walking back out. I think there's only one cafe open in Bowness on a Sunday, Tesco, which is 5 minutes of walk to the centre of the town centre. Be the only other place that people could go. I think it's really, really concerning that that's a proposal to close the toilets in Bowness. Secondly, Councillor McCluckie raised it about the buses to rural areas. I think rural, if I can say the word, rural areas are becoming cut off greatly now. Mr. Berry talked about looking at evenings, weekends. Maybe that's the times when rural communities need transportation. It's just deplorable, absolutely deplorable to talk about cutting bus budgets, because the bus service as it is dreadful without any further cuts. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Aitchison. We're now going to Councillor McHugh. Sorry it's been such a long wait for you. Councillor McHugh, carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. First off, I was getting a wee bit concerned there because I felt that one of our officers was being a bit badgered by one of our councillors in particular. And can I just say right now that our officer, Robert Naylor, has worked harder than I've ever known anybody to work over this last few years. Him and his staff have worked relentlessly, not continuously, there's a better word, and providing a service of care and support and education for our families right across Falkirk, and it would be wrong of me not to recognise that today. The SNP administration, minority administration within Falkirk, take our responsibilities very seriously, and we all work incredibly hard with our officers to provide the best possible opportunities within Falkirk for all our families, and particularly within children's services. Some of the stuff that, some of the highlights of the last year, can I just say, virtual learning programme, 95% to 100% pass rate of our virtual learning programme, and more programmes to come. That's a fantastic opportunity for our young people, and it increases their opportunities within the workforce going forward. Leavers destinations, best progress ever. We've went to 95.4% of positive destinations. We're up 3% from last year. And that's thanks yet again to children's services under incredibly difficult times. We as an administration have protecting teachers' numbers. We're trying our best to protect our staff. And we've also increased employment within children's services through the early years expansion plan. £48 million has been spent in our expansion plan, creating jobs, creating fantastic facilities, creating opportunities and support packages for our families right across Falkirk. And that is fantastic given the pressures that we have been under. 300 full-time equivalent posts have been created within early years at a time when services are being reduced. PEF money, that's the Pupil Equity Fund, 3.6 million going directly to the schools, yet our opposition criticised the Scottish Government. Our mental health service, hundreds of thousands of pounds going into our mental health service for our young people directly from the Scottish Government, yet the Scottish Government are criticised. And I really did have to, swallow hard when we're accused of just blaming the UK government, when we all know that Scotland is governed by the UK government because they restrain us by holding the purse strings. And there's no debate there, there's no argument there, that is blatant fact. and the years that Labour took Scotland for granted and did nothing for us, did nothing to protect us before we had our own Scottish government, yet they sit here today and criticise us and say that we only blame the UK government when we're making the hard choices to mitigate. If you think of the amount of mitigation money that goes in, that's then kept out of our pockets, if you look at the amount of money that the Scottish Government has put into our councils over the last few years due to the pandemic, that we've had to take from elsewhere because we do not have the powers as an independent country to make these decisions for ourselves, and that's what's restraining us, and that's what's holding us back. One question. The PPI money, how much has that cost us over the last few years that we could have put to good use elsewhere? Decisions that were made in the past. It's funny how the bad decisions are always brought back into forth to make a point. Well, I'm telling you right now today, I'm making good points, and I'm highlighting the good decisions that we've made. The digital devices, home learning, our attainment gap reducing, our poverty gaps being reduced as much as possible. These are all good things that we are focusing on as an SNP administration. And I'd like to put my thanks to Cecil Meiklejohn, our leader, and all my colleagues that work terribly hard together with our officers to get to the position we're in, and we will, as we move forward, take our responsibilities on and make the decisions that we need to make, the hard decisions that were avoided over the 10 years before we came in. We've made these hard decisions, and we're in a situation now where we've got harder decisions to make, but we will only run away, we will only turn our cameras off, and we will only withdraw for the debate. We'll stand up, and I'm quite happy to go forward with my track record and my colleagues' track records. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. I'm going back now to Councillor Gardner, but I had his hand up for a long time. There must be a question because he's spoken twice already. Councillor Gardner, you got a question for somebody?
Provost, I had a question, but it's been that long, I've kind of forgot it.
You
No,
forgot
I think it's actually getting covered in the council leaders summing up.
Okay, right. We'll go back to the council leader, and thanks everybody for their input. It's been a long time since we started here at 2 o'clock. It's coming up to 10 to 4. But as everybody has said, it's such an important issue, and everybody has had an opportunity to voice their opinions. Okay, Councillor Meiklejohn, summing up at last.
Thank you, Provost, and I will keep it fairly brief because my colleagues have done a fantastic job in making all the points that are really needed. However, I would just like to just highlight something that we've been continually getting criticised because the SNP government's cuts to local government. If you're in the position that the Scottish Government had the 600 million that they spend in year on year to mitigate the UK government policies, then local government could have a share of that. Saying that still comes to Falkirk Council area, just over 17.5 million comes to Falkirk Council to support. That's not taken into account the 290 million to give the £150 to hard-pressed households. So that's additional funds that's coming to the Falkirk area. And it's not including the 3.5 billion for the social security benefits that's come through the supplement the benefit system from the UK government. So perhaps focusing your attention where it should be rather than continually criticising the Scottish Government. The fact also remains that, particularly throughout the pandemic, Scottish Government has very limited flexibility around borrowing. There are set limits, again, imposed by Westminster, and it's the UK Government that has, again, the purse strings and the ability to flow through funding to be able to mitigate some of the impacts and indeed properly fund the Scottish Government. We talk a wee bit about the ring fencing. I think Councillor McHugh has done it very eloquently, and my challenge would be to those that don't agree with ring fencing, what else are you going to use the money on? It's something that's been used over many years by political governments of many colours in order to fund their policy initiatives. But if you don't agree with the policy initiatives, fine, say what else you would want the money to be spent upon. Again, I mean, the public toilets, that's not an easy decision, but everywhere there are public toilets, there's alternatives. And I would just ask people to reflect on what do you do when you go on holiday, and just look at, you know, how else you manage that. And while it's a relatively small sum of 135,000, that is saving people's jobs. And that is how tight our budget is, and looking at the least worst options. And again, pest control, we're having to bring in private companies just now anyway because we don't have the staff. So it's probably more cost effective for people to actually go out and contract themselves with pest control companies. Short memories, particularly with the Labour group, and when they were in administration, and the use of the reserves they have used, and Councillor Murtagh very clearly set out the couple of years ago when they chose to go below the floor on the reserves, and were only saved by Scottish Government in that respect, in additional monies. And there has been lobbying of Scottish Government, and I have been part of that, and I'm proud to have been part of that because I have been a listening government. And just to remind folks that COSLA asked for 100 million, they got 120. So I think that was a blooming good deal that they got there. Would we have wanted more? Yes. If we got more, would we still have wanted more? Yes. And that was always going to be the case. And there's no point, could we honestly say, that local government would never ask for more money. It's a public service and we would just spend accordingly. But what we have had is a Labour group in particular who have traditionally brought forward alternative budgets, devoid of responsibility on this occasion, and doing nothing, and advocating their responsibilities. And it's hypocritical of them to have a kick at the SNP administration when they couldn't actually put something together. And it's beggars belief. Labour have really just sought to undermine the SNP throughout the last 5 years, putting their party policies before people in that respect, and we've seen that again today. It's very easy to sit in opposition and be as hypocritical because you don't actually have to carry the can. The SNP have stepped up. They stepped up in 2017 when we took on the minority administration. And I'm actually proud that we have come to the 5-year point and have actually made a difference. And I do believe, while it's been hard this year in bringing together a £29 million budget gap, we'll still have made a difference in mitigating the impacts on our most vulnerable people. And I would really encourage the other parties to consider their position and work with us for the best possible outcomes and support our budget. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And we have a motion moved by Councillor Meiklejohn and seconded by Councillor Garner. There is not an amendment against the motion, but there is not general agreement among the members of the Council, and accordingly the vote is for or against the motion. Councillor Provost Buchanan.
Against.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Abstain.
Councillor Aitchison.
Against.
Councillor Alexander. Councillor Alexander, you're on mute and your video is off. If you're able to either put your video on or unmute. We'll come back to Councillor Alexander at the end of the voting to see if we're able to make connection with him. Councillor Balfour. Councillor Binney. Councillor Bissett.
Against.
Councillor Black.
Against.
Councillor Blackwood.
Against.
Councillor Bowes.
For.
Councillor Coleman.
For.
Councillor Colley.
For.
Councillor Coombs.
Against.
Councillor Flynn.
Abstain.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Goldie has left the meeting, so Councillor Grant.
Abstain.
Councillor Harris.
Abstain.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Kerr.
Abstain.
Councillor McHugh.
For the motion.
Councillor McCluskey.
Against.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Apologies for that. Councillor Alexander's going to have to go on the phone. He's lost connection for the motion. Apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Monroe.
Abstain.
Councillor Murtagh.
For.
Councillor Nicholl.
Abstain.
Councillor Nimmo.
Sorry, Colin, against.
Thank you. Councillor Patrick.
My apologies. Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
For.
Councillor Spears.
For.
And we'll return to Councillor Alexander.
I've got Councillor Alexander on the phone. It's a for or against, David?
Sorry, it's not. Are we for or against?
For. Get that, Colin? Sorry about that.
For. Thank you. Provost, there are 13 votes for the motion, there are 8 votes against the motion, and there are 8 abstentions. The motion is accordingly carried.
Thank you very much for that. We're going to have a 10-minute comfort break and we'll see you back here just before past, and we'll carry on. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, Provost.
Thank you.
Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Okay, everybody, we're going to reconvene the meeting now. It takes us to item 4 on your agenda. It's Capital Strategy 2022-23 to 22627. It's pages 166 to 198 on your agenda, and presenting the report will be Amanda Templeman. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not proposing to speak for too long, but similar to Brian with the revenue budget, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Capital and Treasury team for all their input into this report and the next report on the agenda, and also to colleagues across the Council who have all had an important part to play and important input into these papers. So the capital strategy that's in front of you at page 172 is a requirement of the Prudential Code. It's still a relatively new requirement. I think this is maybe the 3rd year we've had to do this. And what I would just say is that across all local authorities, the strategies are still being developed and refined, and we would expect that to continue for Falkirk. So the strategy really should be seen as a sort of overarching framework for all of the council's investment activity. It aims to tell a story on how the council's determined its priorities for investment, how much it can afford to borrow, and also how it's considered risk attached to that investment. The strategy should make sure that borrowing decisions are seen in the context of the longer term financial position of the council, and it should help us to make better links between the revenue budget and the capital budgets. I wasn't planning to go into the details of the strategy document itself, but I was just going to highlight a few points for members. And the first was that the strategy sets out areas for improvement across 3 different areas. The first is the preparation of future strategies, which the recommendations, there's some bullet points set out in page 174. And then page 179 shows some improvements for the future capital bid process. And in page 180, there's improvements for the capital monitoring process. And I think it's just making that clear link that those improvement areas link to the recommendations that have flown from the best value audit work. So members will be kept up to date as that work progresses and as some of these improvements are implemented. There's a lot of information in the strategy for members which have tried to set out the links between the various plans and strategies that the council has. And there's also some replication of the data and the statistics that were included in the revenue budget. And the reason for that is clear, but it's very important, and it's making sure that we are linking our capital investment to the council's priorities and to the evidence of need in the area. And then finally, in the funding section, and specifically page 185, the strategy emphasises that borrowing is a particularly precious resource because of the direct impact it has on the revenue budget. And the council should therefore be confident that any borrowing that it's undertaken will result in a benefit to the council. And that benefit may be financial, so it may support some savings delivery, some spend to save projects, for example, or it may support delivery of the council's priorities. So, Provost, with that, hopefully that was a useful overview, and if I could go back to the recommendations, we would like to invite Council to approve the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presenting the report. I'll now go straight to the leader, Councillor Meiklejohn, in relation to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I'm just very aware it's been a long day already, and I'm not going to take too much time in speaking about the strategy, but because Amanda has given an overview of it. But just to highlight that, obviously, it does give us that framework for our capital spend. It helps us to justify why we're doing things. It helps us to identify our priorities and link that directly to the outcomes that as a council we want to achieve through a corporate plan. I know that over the years that there's been challenges with our capital programme, but I think having the strategy will help us to be able to hone that in and make it very clear around the process and the delivery of that capital programme. I think it will stand us in good stead going forward. So on that, Provost, I'm just going to move the recommendations as in the report.
Thank you. We're going to Councillor Bowes for seconding.
Thank you, Provost. Sorry, I'm trying to do something clever with technical. Yeah. Although this is a high level and quite technical report, it's a good example of horizon scanning and considerations of other council plans such as the Falkirk plan, corporate plan, business plan, medium-term financial plan, corporate asset management strategy, and the Falkirk Health and Social Care strategic plan. This report hopefully assures members that the processes of the strategy are reasonable and robust. This strategy is maintained and updated to members throughout the year, as is the Treasury management. This of course, being very important at a time when there's so many uncertainties being caused through current world events and the ongoing effects of the pandemic and Brexit. I note some parts of this strategy which I personally found interesting, and Amanda's covered one in page 179, but 178 and 179 shows the weighting of the bids and the improvements that are coming in. Page 180 talks about carpet and budgeting, and I look forward to a report coming to our final full council of this term. And finally, page 197, the main risks, in particular the risk of slippage, which although is not new, has resulted in a review of 22-23 programme, resulting in a more streamlined, realistic and deliverable programme. This, and with the actions taken prior to the pandemic on managing of the projects, will make the capital programme far more robust. I am pleased to second the Leader of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. We'll now go to Councillor Bissett to see if he has an amendment.
No amendment, Provost. Just like to thank Mr. Smale and Amanda for the report. It is a high level, detailed, technical report, so I wouldn't propose to make any particular comment on it. But certainly the projections going forward need to be there, need to be flexible for what we might need to borrow in the future. So I think it's an excellent report, Provost. Thank you. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, sir, for your contribution. Councillor Kerr.
No, we have no amendments, Provost. It's the way that the council was going forward. We've not got the money to do massive big capital projects going forward at the moment, and we can only concentrate on the ones that we've got or redirect money that's there to something else. So hopefully Malcolm and his team will look at the capital projects that are in place at the moment and prioritise what can be delivered short term, mid term and long term. So thanks very much for that, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, we were no motion moved and seconded with no amendment. Is everybody happy to agree the recommendations?
Agreed.
Everybody agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much for that, indeed. And apologies for not going back to the Leader of the Council to wind up, but there was no point there, Councillor Meikles, on just to move things forward. That takes us to item 5, 5-year General Fund Capital Programme 222-23, 226-27. It's pages 244 to 321 in your agenda papers. And once again, it's Amanda Templeman that's going to present the report. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Provost. The General Capital Programme in front of you sets out the investment proposals for the next 5 years for all services except for housing, as Council already approved the Housing Investment Programme in January of this year. The total investment set out in the programme today is around 188 million for the 5-year period. What I would highlight is that the position for capital is similar to the position in revenue. So both areas are under acute pressure. And in both cases, the aspiration of the council and what we want to deliver is going to cost far more than the resources available. It's worth saying that the investment plans set out for years 2 to 5 of the plan are for the most part indicative, and that members will have the opportunity to revisit these plans in future budget setting rounds. And given the significant uncertainties in the economy, it's not inconceivable that those decisions would have to be revisited. So the draft programme contains a mixture of projects which are designed to help deliver the council's strategic priorities, alongside projects which will allow services to maintain service delivery. Some of the projects which contribute to the council's priorities are listed at paragraph 5.1.2 on page 203. From that point on, the report mainly covers 2 key areas, the first being the resources available for the capital programme and the second being investment proposals. So on page 203, section 5.2 deals with the resources, and the estimated resources are set out in the paragraph, the table paragraph 5.2.1. So the 2 main elements of those resources are potential borrowing and the capital grant. As I've already said, borrowing always has an impact on the revenue budget, and under the Prudential Code, that borrowing has to be prudent, sustainable and affordable. So the borrowing that's included in this capital programme has been built into the medium-term financial plan, and the affordability of that borrowing will continue to be monitored as the economy changes and as interest rates increase, etc. But there is minimal new or additional borrowing that has been built into that plan beyond that that's been previously approved. The general capital grant is expected to remain fairly static for the next 5 years. Now, in effect, that's a real terms cut in funding because members will be aware of the inflationary pressures that the country's facing at the moment. And so therefore, we're able to buy less with the same amount of money. Paragraphs 5.2.8 and 5.2.9 reference council tax. So the purpose of including that in the report is not only to provide some context to the funding position, but also to put a marker down that if council wishes to increase its investment activity in the future, the full range of options open to it will need to be considered. Section 5.3 of the report, which starts on page 205, sets out the proposed investment for the next 5 years on a service-by-service basis. And Appendix 1 gives a full list of the investment plans. I would draw your attention to one particular project, which is on page 209, paragraph 5.3.18, and that's the substitution of the work previously approved at Waterslap Road and Carnshaw. And the service have advised that the A904, A803 junction at Champney provides a more serious road safety issue, and they would recommend that that project is prioritised over the works at Waterslap Road. So given the value involved of 1.8 million, there is a separate recommendation for that substitution within the report recommendations. Paragraph 5.3.31 on page 211 simply notes that the budget for 2022-23 will be adjusted following the financial year end at the 31st of March this year. And that's for projects which will be carried forward from prior years. And as Councillor Bowes has already referenced, a review has been undertaken to look at that programme for 22-23 and to make sure that it's realistic and deliverable and more streamlined. Under the further proposals section on page 211, it's noted that there's a balance of around £650,000 which is available for members to allocate. And Appendix 2 includes a list of projects which have not been included in the draft budget and are therefore not included in the programme at Appendix 1. Those projects total 24.4 million, but unfortunately at this time no funding beyond the 650,000 has been identified to bridge that gap. If members were minded in the future to support any of the projects in Appendix 2 beyond the 650,000, paragraph 5.5.4 notes that members could consider substituting previously approved projects. Provost, I hope that provides an overview of the position, and I would refer you to the 4 recommendations at section 2 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now an opportunity to go to the leader, ask her if she has a motion to move to the council. Thank you, Councillor Mickelton.
Yes, I do have a motion, Provost, and I think it's been made available to others, but I've just got a few comments in relation to the capital programme and the process of moving it. Our capital programme is an avenue for delivery of our vision and priorities. It should be ambitious and aspirational, but it also requires to be deliverable. Well, there is no doubt that there's ambition and aspiration to deliver in the vision, as we see in section 5.1.2 linked to our corporate priorities. The challenge has been over the last few years in the practical delivery on the ground. There's going to be a need for significant capital investment, particularly in affecting changes around climate change that are going to be needed to reduce our carbon footprint on our journey to net zero, while we still have limited resources. It will therefore be important to maximise opportunities for funding and to work with our partners and with others and lobby government, maximising the unique location of Falkirk District and the challenges that we as a particularly local authority have. Just as important will be is recognising the opportunities. For example, being able to link investments by others within the area to opportunities around employment and training and supporting our economy. Capital programme has been extremely challenging over the last few years with significant slippage. Even with robust monitoring, it's been difficult as there's been many factors out with our control that have kicked in. We've seen the impacts of the pandemic and Brexit caused prices of materials to increase. Availability of materials has been problematic, and the availability of workforce, as well as workforce reductions due to working restrictions. In addition, capacity within the council to enable project development has added to the slow pace of our capital programme. It's therefore right and proper, in order to allow the market to settle and the service to resource up, that the capital programme be reprofiled. Current project commitments all fit with our priorities and will continue to be progressed in a managed way. Slippage and reprofiling does not mean they drop out of the programme, but may be placed further back in the programme. Strategic property review is faltered, and there is a need to take a fresher priority-based approach. Carbon budgets will help us to focus better on that. Currently, the catch-22, where we have too many old, inefficient buildings that no one wants to let go of, but the levels of investment required to make more efficient and fit for purpose is beyond best value, and we don't have the capacity for the investment. It will therefore be critical as we come to a new council that we are honest with our communities in order to create the headroom for investment in new upgraded facilities. We're going to have to let go others. Combination of capital grants from the Scottish Government and borrowing in line with the agreed capital strategy has given an ambitious 5-year investment programme of around 184 million over the next 5 years, with a commitment of 22.3 million for this coming year. It will deliver projects such as expansions to 3 schools, with extensions planned for West Quarter, Bankier Primaries, as well as Larbert High School, investment in sports pavilions and facilities that we should see start to deliver in the summer, improvements across council properties to reduce carbon emissions, and further work on extensive the Grangemouth flood protection programme. It's noted that this is the largest ever flood prevention scheme and will cost between 420 million and 650 million. Under the current funding mechanism, this would require a contribution from the council between 84 million and 134 million, which is clearly not affordable. Discussions are currently ongoing with government on this, highlighting the national significance of Grangemouth as an industrial area to our national economy, and therefore such a huge burden should not be placed upon a single local authority. We'll also look to deliver improvements to road safety, better cycling, walking routes, as well as safer routes to school, expansion of electrical vehicle charging, upgrades to play parks, road safety improvements, investment in council business properties, upgrading of the MEX alarm system, and new changing places toilet facilities installed. And this also includes 2 million towards the installation of gas areas heating being installed. In addition, we have the Levelling Up Fund for the Westfield Bridge, which is a further £20 million of investment, which will be supported as part of a wider investment programme, the Falkirk Gateway, and supported also by our TIF. There are discussions taking place between colleagues in West Lothian in preparation for the next round of the Levelling Up Fund funding for Avon Gorge, which is another long-term project that will significantly improve road safety and connectivity. And of course, the Falkirk Grangemouth Investment Zone, 80 million of investment over the next 10 years and beyond with the Falkirk Growth Deal, which will deliver 11 key projects, which will help regenerate town centres, a new HQ and Arts Centre, create new cultural attractions, transform local transport, and creation of a multimodal hub. ensuring as part of the decarbonisation agenda there is a just transition to reskill the workforce and help decarbonise industry while creating up to 2,000 jobs, and £1 billion worth of future investment is expected. Our ambitions don't finish there, but we must be realistic about what we can deliver and when, and our communities must have the confidence in us to be able to deliver. As our current programme has been reprofiled, there is little financial capacity for additional projects that can be delivered in year. However, 650,000 that is available to us, and I have recommendations that will be for that, and that will be is contained within our motion. But in short, a £300,000 for waste services to create a recycling hub, 17,000 for employment and training unit to replace old and outdated equipment to maximise the capacity for service users, 70,000 for Kinneil Foreshore Bridge demolition, which will open up wider public access to the nature reserve, and 136 Digital Communities programme, which will improve digital connectivity for staff, businesses and citizens. And a further contribution of 127,000 to the Deer Den Eastern Access Road to cover the additional inflationary costs. I therefore move the recommendations as in section 2 Provost, with the details of the £650,000 spend, and indeed approve the request to substitute the water slap with Champney Road, recognising that that has become a significant road safety priority compared to water slap, and would hope that that will be able to be funded in future years. Thank you. I so move, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Kilgarn. Have you got a seconder there?
Provost, Councillor Gardner.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So, yes, once again, Cecil has covered everything very well, and I don't want to duplicate what she says. If I can just go into a little bit more detail in one of the parts of our motion, and it's in relation to the garden and food waste collections, moving from segregated to commingled. And essentially this would be food waste would be collected alongside the garden waste by the brown bin on a fortnightly basis throughout the year. Collections of this type are quite common in Scotland. In order to achieve this efficiency, the Council requires a purpose-built garden food waste transfer facility, which Cecil mentioned. It is proposed that this facility will be constructed at the Council's existing fully licensed waste management site at Kinneil Kerse. Indicative figures, as mentioned, suggest that the capital cost for this construction would be in the region of £300,000. Improving the collection features of brown wheelie bin to 2 weekly is anticipated to increase the volume of green waste by an estimated 2,000 tonnes. Additionally, around a third of residual waste bin is currently comprised of food waste, an estimated 8,000 tonnes, which currently goes to a landfill. In summary, the proposed service would increase the brown bin uplift to once every 2 weeks throughout the full year, reduce the net number of collection vehicles by 6, reduce the need for the manufacture of food caddies, utilise existing bin and vehicle provision, enhance the quality and integrity of biodegradable recycle collected, improve the Council's recycling performance, and reduce the volume of waste going to landfill. So, as I say, I think there's also a large financial saving involved in this, something in the circa region of £400,000 per year. So, as stated, Provost, just one thing that I'd like to highlight. Happy to second the Council leader in the recommendations.
Thank you very much. I think that news that you've just gave out will be supported by everybody in the communities. Okay then, the motion moved and seconded. I'm going to Councillor Bissett to see if he has an amendment.
Thanks, Provost. We do have an amendment, but we certainly don't disagree with Councillor Gardner's proposal on the big shed at Kinneil. I think that moving the food waste into the brown bin beneficial. It helps break down the garden waste, and certainly it saved quite a lot of money, and certainly we'll not be seeing these wee grey caddies lying all over the place. But I just wanted to ask a question around how will it be managed regarding flatted properties? We don't have a brown bin. That's just an initial question. I've got a couple of questions and I'll read my amendment, or our amendment.
Well, if you want to maybe give us your amendment at the moment, and then we can get it.
All right.
We'll get the questions.
So basically, the capital grant awarded this year is flat cash. So it means it's no increase since last year. So allowing for inflationary pressures, it's effectively a cut on the capital budget. Hopefully, we'll take money for anybody. You know, if we get money for the UK government levelling up fund or wherever it may come for Scottish government, we'll take every bit of capital money we can possibly get. And it's good to hear mention the Avon Gorge. Would like to see that coming forward. So our amendment is approve the general fund capital programme as presented in Appendix 1 to the report. 2, agree to add the following projects to the programme: 145,000 for Kinnaird Primary School Extension, 340,000 for Madison Primary School Extension, 165,000 for refresh of PC Estate and Education, with flexibility to Children's Services to adjust between these allocations as needs arise. Approve the investment in the A904 A03 junction at Championay and remove the previously approved investment on Waterflat Road, Carrickmore, and notes of potential indicators. But it's like to say we've always supported education, and we're hugely supporters of the successful level of years expansion programme, the introduction of deferred 5-year-old places in early learning childcare to support parental wishes, and we supported the rollout of the free school meals programme with P4 and 5s last year. We supported Succeed Today, Excel Tomorrow. So we would see these funds continue to support education. Education is transformative, so we hope perhaps some of our requests can be given some support for us. But it doesn't look like we'll get support for them. But I just wondered if somebody could maybe say whether Kinnaird Primary School Extension and Madison Primary School Extension might go ahead. Is there any flexibility going forward?
We'll ask that question, but first of all, we've got a seconder for your amendment. Is it Councillor Nimmo?
Provost, happy to formally second and reserve the right to come back.
Right to come back, okay. Well, we'll go back, I think, to Mr. Naylor on that question, but I think Mr. Perry is going to put your amendment on screen. Send email, yeah. Yeah, I would like to see it on screen. So we'll just take that question first. We'll take that, aye. Mr. Naylor.
I think the first one, okay, that one first then.
Thank you, Provost. Firstly, the Kinnaird Primary School Extension, there's been work ongoing for some years to expand the capacity of Kinnaird Primary School. The phase of work that we're in at the moment, we expect that we'll have a return of a tender at the end of this month. And as has been much trailed, there has been significant inflation in the construction industry, issues around Brexit and so on. And the bid that was submitted, both in terms of Kinnaird and in terms of Madison, were in anticipation that the allocated budget would be insufficient to be able to accept tenders. Having said that, I have discussed this with Malcolm Benny, Director of Police Services, and if it's necessary for us to re-tender, albeit that would represent a delay, we've already discussed the possibility of potentially taking another look at the allocations within the capital programme and perhaps a reprioritisation of the capital amounts already awarded. But in short, these bids were genuine bids in anticipation of increased costs so that we can deliver the projects in a Timaeus fashion.
So there's a good chance that they could go ahead anyway, if we have a look at the capital programme and reprioritise.
That would be the option that we would need to explore with the capital budget as currently stated, yes.
Councillor Gardner, you want to come back in the question in relation to the food waste bins?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. You caught me a mouthful of water there. Yeah, it was just to say, it is my understanding, and I have been wrong before, that flatted properties will still be served with the grey food waste caddies, so they'll still have them to use. That's my understanding, but hopefully I'm right with that one.
Okay, thank you. Now listen, just to clarify where we are, we've got a motion moved and seconded. We'll have an amendment from Councillor Bissett, seconded by Councillor Nimmo. I'm going to go to Councillor Kerr, but I think there might be an opportunity for obviously people who have just saw sight of your amendment, maybe to have a break. But we'll go to Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr, have you got any amendment coming forward?
No, we've no amendment, Provost.
Right, okay, well, I can bring you back in, but first of all, go to Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Meiklejohn, we've just heard that there's an amendment, we've seen it on screen. Do you want an opportunity with your group to have a 10-15-minute recess to discuss it?
No, we're fine. We were aware of it beforehand.
You were aware of it, okay.
Yeah, because to be fair, Councillor Bissett did share that with us.
That's fine then.
So could we have a short recess, Provost, just to go over the administration's proposals, just to clarify?
Ask a question as well, Provost, sorry.
Okay.
Right, okay, well, we'll go to Councillor Black first for a question, and then we'll give you a 10-minute recess, Councillor. Councillor Black, what's the question and who to?
It's just very quickly, just to Mr. Benny, Malcolm Benny, could we please have it clarified regarding the bins and flats, because around 60% of rented accommodation in Grange is flats, and Camlin's got a high percentage of flats, and so is Falkirk. So I think it's really, really important that we find out what the situation is regarding flatted areas and bins and food waste bins, because there's no point in this going forward if it's not properly resourced and we don't know the full circumstances. So I think that would be helpful if officers could find that out during the recess.
Okay then, we'll come back to you then, Councillor Black. A 10-minute recess then. Thank you very much. That'll take us back at 5 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to reconvene in a minute. We're just waiting on Councillor Bissett coming back. It's important that he's here because we're going to come back to him right away.
Provost Councillor Garner, do you want to ask Malcolm Benny if he's got the answer to Alison's question?
Well, what we'll do is we'll wait till Councillor Bissett comes back, sir, and then...
He's back now, no problem.
That's perfect. Okay. Councillor Bissett?
Provost?
Can you hear me okay? Okay, then you asked for the recess. Can you tell us what's in your mind at this time?
Yes, Provost. We, in the spirit of compromise, we're willing to accept the administration's recommendations in their motion, and we asked Malcolm Benny there for some detail on the flats, and we got some reassurance on that. The project will not go ahead for about 12 months anyway. So, so we'll be looking at the detail on that a bit later on, and he'll be keeping everybody updated. And just what I would just like to add on the school estate, if we could have some dialogue around with Malcolm Benny and Robert Naylor around these Kinnaird Primary School and Madison Primary School Extension, Provost. We would just like to have some dialogue that going forward, but we're willing to accept the administration's recommendations in their motion, Provost.
Okay, thanks. I'll just to clarify with Mr. Naylor and Mr. Benny that you've heard what Councillor Bissett said. I'm quite sure that you would agree to have dialogue in relation to the issues that he's mentioning.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Benny?
Absolutely.
That's perfect. Okay then, we have a motion moved and seconded with no amendment. As members agreed the recommendations contained within?
Agreed.
Hold on a second, Councillor Kerr wanted in. Councillor Kerr?
I just wanted one question. It's probably for Malcolm. What will happen to the black bins for the glass? Because it's the same people who pick up the glass bin, the glass items that pick up the wee caddies.
Okay, Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost. I'm afraid I don't have that information in front of me, but I'm happy to get an answer and get that to Councillor Kerr as soon as possible.
Okay, that suffices. Okay, then we're agreed the recommendations contained within the report. Okay, thank you very much for that. That takes us to the next item on our agenda, which is item 6, update on Falkirk Council's 3-year business plan, interim 2002 plan. The Chief Executive will present the report, and it's pages 244 to 321 on your agenda papers. Mr. Lawrie, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Provost. The purpose of the report is to provide an update on Falkirk Council's business plan and agree an interim 2022 plan. So over the last couple of years, there has been a huge volume of activity in relation to transformation work, and there's been regular updates on that, both to the Council of the Future Board. We've had reports on the priority projects coming through to the Executive Committee, and we've had regular briefings from members to hear about the project developments and how they're being taken forward. And as a summary of the headlines for 2021 set out in Appendix 1 to the report. With the election of a new council in May of this year, a new corporate plan will be developed, and necessarily a new business plan will be developed to sit alongside that as the core mechanism for delivering on the council's priorities and driving forward the transformation programme. And as agreed at the council meeting on the 15th of February, the best value action plan will also be incorporated into that. So the interim 2022 plan sets the tone, I guess, for the early part of the coming financial year until the new business plan is in place. So it is, in effect, a stepping stone that shows the key areas of work for the council to support current priorities and progress transformation. And this is set out at paragraph 5.1. I think it's worth noting that since wave 1 of the Council of the Future programme in 2017, there have been 34 projects delivered or have been delivered and are delivering change across the council. And the initial phases of these projects have contributed some £20 million to the council's budget challenges over the year. And the criticality of over the years, I should say, my apologies, and the criticality of the Change Fund in terms of supporting that transformation has been, well, it's been central to it. And the 3.2 million spent on the Change Fund has been the key issue in achieving these savings. And I suppose that the key message that emerges from that is the transformation of services is and remains the best way of making the savings that we need to make as a council to bridge the budget gap whilst maintaining and where we can improving services. It's probably also true to say that some ground was lost during the COVID period, understandably as resources were reprioritised to the council's response. But following some recalibration during 2021, we do have, I think, a strong basis, a strong platform in terms of a broader and a more dynamic transformation programme moving forward. And it will be a critical piece of work for the new council. So the programme currently has 30 projects across 3 work streams: communities, enterprise and innovation. These themes are familiar to you. And paragraph 5.6 sets out the key elements of this currently being taken forward. And I think it is also worth remembering that part of what we agreed in terms of the best value action plan was that there would be a review of that work being undertaken just to ensure that we're doing everything we can to identify new transformation projects, new savings options for elected members to consider, and a refresh of the Council of the Future programme, and that will all be incorporated into the new business plan. Paragraph 511 sets out some details in relation to investment in transformation in terms of the year ahead and the use of the Change Fund. And these are proposals at this stage but will be taken forward through the agreed mechanism. There are 2 other elements of the report I'll just touch on very briefly. Provost, one is the medium-term financial plan, and you'll see the details set out on page 269 of your agenda. Brian referred to that earlier in the meeting. And what this does show is the scale of the challenge ahead through to 25-26. It underlines the criticality of transformation, of finding new and innovative ways of making savings and generating income, whilst maintaining our drive for improvement. And that will be an enormous challenge for the Council after the election, will require robust and collaborative leadership right across the Council from all elected members and indeed from officers as well. And the second issue I specifically wanted to highlight is the workforce strategy and plan. You'll see that is appended to the report. There is quite a lot of detail there. What I would say is that given the impact of COVID-19, the challenge of balancing future budgets, delivering transformation, maintaining service provision to our communities, and the fact that these communities, of course, are facing particular challenges in terms of poverty and associated issues. It is incredibly important that we support our workforce well over the current period. I think there has been a lot of good work done during the period of the pandemic, but what the workforce strategy and plan sets out is our proposals to ensure that we build on that and that we continue to support our workforce in challenging times. So the strategy just does set out how we work to be an employer of choice, how we engage with our staff, how we develop managers, how we ensure that the way we design and take forward our business is supportive of our workforce, how we encourage creativity and innovation. And there is, of course, and quite rightly, a major focus on employee well-being. That has been a really central issue for us over the most recent period and continues to be so. And members will see the action plan which has been developed in respect of that. In terms of the workforce plan, it covers issues around about important issues around about recruitment, equalities, transformation, and workforce development. So these were issues I wanted to bring specifically to Councillors' attention. In terms of the recommendations in front of you today, is to agree the interim 2022 plan, linking in, of course, with the budget report approved earlier today, and to note that a new corporate plan and business plan will be developed following the election and reported to the Council in the autumn of this year. Thank you, Provost. Happy to take any questions along with colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you for your summary, Mr. Lawrie. Go straight to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Meiklejohn, just to ask if you've got a motion in relation to this item.
No motion, Provost, but I support, the Chief Executive, and he's given a very good overview of the business plan and the interim business plan. It's right that we need to plan in order to get to the new council, and that it has the ability to set its own priorities within that new council. And as a result, the business plan will follow on from that, as will the medium-term financial plan. But it's also an ability to reflect on where we've been and the direction of travel. And as Mr. Lawrie said, that transformation is by best the way forward, and that by transforming services, we don't lose the services, we're able to adapt and create efficiencies in doing that, and actually retain what's really important for our citizens. And I think with that, the engagement with our communities and just everything around community empowerment is going to be quite critical, and helping that set that direction for the council for the future. And it's something that we know we need to develop further, and it's highlighted within our best value action plan. We know we can do it and do it well. We have progressed things, and the council's response during the pandemic has certainly enabled us to reset our relationship with our communities, but we need to continue to build on that. It doesn't happen overnight. It's something that you have to invest in for the future, and we've seen good examples of that from other councils, particularly like East Ayrshire, etc. Our transformation programme has delivered a significant amount of savings. It's probably not as apparent, but once you see it very starkly as it is in the report, then I think it's helpful for people to be able to see that, and recognising that could do better, needs to do better, and the support of the external consultants to help us review our transformational programme has been really helpful. Allows it to be very, very focused, very, very performance based, and should enable delivery. But that delivery has to happen at pace, and indeed we have to identify further suites of transformational programmes in order to be able to have that sustainability for our financial plan going forward. We are going to have to do far more engagement, not just with our communities, but with our trade unions, particularly in service redesign. And I'm very pleased that our trade unions are so engaged in that and have been very supportive, and staff at all levels. And pleased that we have been able to start up leadership forums again within the council. That's really helpful to develop our staff and to ensure that they are engaged at all levels, because leadership doesn't just at the top, it follows all the way through in the organisation as well. So on that, Provost, and I'm very aware of time and other people's commitments for the evening as well. I'm going to leave it at that, but to move the recommendations in the report, and I know that my colleague Councillor Bowes will have something to say particularly around the workforce planning. Okay, thanks, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. As the leader said, I'd like to talk a little bit about our employees. Good quality services which meet our community's needs can only be delivered if we have good employees in the right jobs and with the right skills. We have an excellent workforce. Our workforce has delivered excellent services over the past year in particular. Roughly 70% of our workforce lives in the Falkirk Council area. Our staff, like the rest of us, have been through difficult times over the past couple of years as a result of the pandemic. Throughout this, our employees have continued to deliver their very best for our communities. Our bins have continued to be collected, our streets continue to be cleaned, our roads get repaired, and through our health and social care partnership, and our workforce has continued to deliver essential services to those needing care at home and care home services. Our housing service has continued to support the housing tenants in so many ways, and the communities teams have been doing excellent work to ensure that we engage and involve in the communities that we all live in. This includes the Central Advice Hub and Support Hub opened last August, scaling up what we needed to do over community engagement and making initiatives like Community Choices actually happen. We as an elected body should be exceptionally proud of the fact that our teaching and early years workforce, supported by our cleaners, janitorial staff and support for learning assistants, have continued to do their very best to ensure that our children have continued to receive the highest standards of early years and education service that we would all expect. Despite such difficult times, we have still delivered our commitment to 1140 hours on early years provision. Our Closer to Home teams have worked hard to support our goals of creating strong families and better outcomes for the futures of children. An initial response team was implemented to enhance the rates of new referrals being received to the service and to the right to support in place quicker. There has been preventative community-based support pilots commissioned to support the return of our children to their own homes and for being cared for. The Steps to Success initiative has improved housing options for care leavers, including supporting independent tenancies, and there have been improvements in our looked after care provision. There are many other services which I could mention who have worked hard to ensure ongoing delivery of the excellent services over the past year. Our staff continue to work in ambitious projects such as Connected Falkirk, delivering IT equipment to our young people to enhance their learning, our Digital Communities project with a number of families in Falkirk receiving support to get online, and our award-winning Analog to Digital project, where we have used digital technology to safeguard our most vulnerable users with the MEC system, a project which is a sector leader And last but not least, our employment training unit also secured 221 jobs for its trainees by the end of Q2 in 21-22, which is in comparison makes a significant increase from the total of 145 for the previous year. As the leader had said earlier, we spend over 60% of our budget on our workforce costs. We must continue to listen and engage with our employees, which will help us with service improvements and ensure better quality services for our communities. Our positive relationships with the trade union support will also help to this end. I am therefore very happy to support the leader on this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowes. There was a lot of content in there, and I totally agree, and I think members would agree with everything that you've said. I'm going to go straight to Councillor Bissett. You any comments to make on this report, Councillor Bissett?
I'll be very brief. Like everybody needs a plan, you know, individual or as a business. So really, it's quite a robust plan, but every plan can be flexed. You know, as you go along, you might need to adapt and change things as we go along. One of the things I'm pleased about is that we do engage with the trade unions. I think that's vital, and we consult with our employees. And I've never really seen much of the consultation reports. So it'd be good to see some of these consultation reports. The only way we can bring about transformation is by engaging with all employees at all levels, and I think Kenneth has said that in the past. We really do need to reach out and understand how the organisation works and how we can transform it. And these stars of the future, we need to consult with it, bring them forward and give them the leadership skills and training that they need for to be the leaders of the future. And so I think it's a good report, and we just have to wait and see how things progress. But as with everything, we need to adapt, and we do need to change things in the new council. How that will come about, I'm not quite sure yet. I might not even get elected, you never know. But should I be re-elected, I think we need to have a kind of grown-up discussion about how things can move forward. And I'm sure we can arrive at some decisions on that. But I think as long as we engage with the workforce and realistic engagement, if we do listen and we incorporate that into the plan, so those that do engage can actually see it's made a difference and it's not just a talking shop. I just wanted to ask, don't know if Karen Alge's on this call or no, but just ask Karen how it's an ageing workforce. So how do we plan to have that succession planning and build up the workforce, get the younger people into the council for the next 20, 30, 40 years? Thank you.
Is Karen, she's there. Karen, you've heard the question.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Happy to answer that through yourself. Councillor Bissett, we do have within the workforce plan a number of actions which are very specifically related to our ageing workforce. We know we've got an ageing workforce. We have over 50% of our workforce who will be in the 50+ age bracket. So we have actions in play which are about succession planning, they're about grow our own, bringing in trainees and modern apprentices, and we also have the graduates programme as well. So there's a number of things that we are trying to do, because we recognise that if we don't address this now, it could become an issue for us as people start to voluntarily choose to leave the council. So we do need to plan for it, and we do have some actions in the workforce plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bissett, we'll go to Councillor Kerr now. Anything to say on this report, Councillor Kerr?
I'll be quick, Provost. As the biggest employer in the area, the council, it's important that we plan for the future. If you don't plan, you plan to fail. So having a realistic plan will hopefully deliver the aspirations of our workforce and our communities. And I'm glad we've got a 3-year plan, and it can be adjusted in the years going forward. And hopefully that if we need to adjust it, we get the agreement, everybody, to adjust it for the better of our communities. So that's what I've got to say, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Kerr. I see that we've got Councillor Coombs wanting to come in. Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, Provost. I know it's been a long day, but just a couple of, I don't know if it's a question or not. The agenda item is called a business plan, and I wonder, probably Brian, my understanding of a business plan is that it's more finance based, whereas this looks more skewed towards staff. It's just, I feel that as if it's meant to be a business plan, I don't understand the concept of the very little information in there that's just about business. Am I misunderstanding?
Well, I think that it might be beneficial if we bring our Chief Executive who gave the report back to maybe to answer that. Mr. Laurie.
Yes, thank you. I mean, the financial aspect is absolutely critical to it, and that's why there's a tie-in to the medium-term financial plan. And the way that we tackle through the business plan the financial challenges we have is through the delivery of the transformation programme, which is the central thrust of what the business plan is about. I suppose the other thing I would re-emphasise, this is an interim plan, so it does look a little bit different from what you've seen before, but it is an interim plan, so we can continue that work on transformation over the forthcoming period. And the reason that we have the workforce plan there as well is, as members will know, we've been doing a lot of work on that. We've been developing it. It is a critical part of how we run this business, and it was appropriate that it be brought forward alongside the business plan as an integral part of it, which is something which we haven't previously done with the business plan. So it does look a little bit different from the previous versions. The financial aspect is absolutely critical, but given all the work done on the workforce strategy and plan, we wanted to ensure that that was incorporated as well. I hope that helps.
Okay, Councillor Coombs.
Well, if the financial aspect of it is critical, I'm looking here just now, and the only page I can see on it is page 269 that seems to address the financial part, albeit that you're saying it's critical. But thanks for that, Mr. Laurie. I just also am delighted to hear that when the council leader said on the last item about being open and honest with our residents, and the chat that's been said about looking after our workforce, absolutely agree. Our staff are our best asset, but it's clear from this report and from the others that we've seen that we will have less people who will be expected to do more. And I find it difficult to relate these two absolute facts, given that earlier on we were told that the aspirations versus the reality of what we want to do and what we're going to be able to do with the limited amount of resources that we have, they just don't tally up. But finally, Provost, like Mr. Smale, this is my last budget meeting. I'm sure everybody at this point in the evening is glad to hear that. And as always, it's painful, the budget process. And for after 10 years of cuts to services, I'm delighted that we're not putting forward any cuts to services, because what we're culminating here in is the do-it-yourself council that I've spoken about for many years. Thanks, Provost.
No, thank you. And obviously, we'll discuss people that are not coming back at the last meeting. But sad to hear that you're not coming back to us. Councillor Blackwood.
Thanks, Provost. I agree we've got a committed workforce. However, I keep hearing about the morale of this current workforce is at an all-time low. I don't know if somebody, maybe HR, would want to comment on that. That's what I'm hearing loud and clear. Morale amongst their current workforce is at an all-time low.
Okay, we'll maybe bring Karen Algie in on this one, because obviously she's got a foot in the door there. Karen, would you like to come back on what Councillor Blackwood has been saying?
Yes, happy to, Provost. Thank you. We do have an excellent workforce, and there are pockets where they have worked exceptionally hard and have been exceptionally pressurised over the last 2 years as a result of COVID. So we know there are areas across our workforce where there are indeed pressures which will be impacting on morale as a result of some of what these employees have been delivering in terms of the services and the pressures these services have been facing over the last 2 years. And they absolutely have to be commended for the work that they've done in some of these areas. That's why, though, we have our wellbeing strategy and the work that you'll see within the workforce strategy around the employee experience plan, which is about trying to address that. That is in response to both feedback we got from our employees as well as our managers about the things that we can do as managers to support the workforce, but also the things that employees can do to try and work together so that we have a better working environment for everyone that everyone can benefit from. So all of that is about trying to address those issues and work together with the workforce and with our trade unions on wellbeing and making sure that it's a good working environment that everyone has. Thanks.
Provost.
You're on mute, Provost.
Councillor McCluckie, did you want in?
I did, convener. Obviously, I've listened to everything that's saying today, and you're right. In 15 years of working in the council, I've never met a bad worker. Great teams, planning, bucketmen, everything. They all do great. And they've all put up with me for 15 years, so I admire them for that as well. As I say, I'm no easy all the time to deal with. But I was listening to Councillor Bowes here earlier, and everything perfect, and everything's not perfect, not because we're officers, but because sometimes over the years, and we do it often, we sometimes the information and reasons only that we can, we sometimes make the wrong decisions, and we make strategies and policies that then we ask our officers to go and take on board, and you know, that's what gets me. We go and if everything was perfect in the council, I wouldn't be getting so many inquiries, you know, and that's it. But the actual relationship as we set the policies like housing strategies and all different things, and we set the budgets and we put pressure on these other staff by, as I say, you're right, putting more work onto their way and that. So we need to collectively start working for the better good of the people. It's very hard within the groups, as I said, because we're all whipped and we all have to agree with what's decided in each of the three political groups, and that must be hard for people out there to understand. But as I say, to me, we've got a great workforce, but we need to get our policies and strategies right, and things like the environment and obviously the carbon footprint and that. We can't do that without funding. We have the best strategies in the world and the best desire to achieve it. It's like the Grangewood flood defences. If we didn't get the capital and support to go and deliver it, it means that our officers can't do it. That's simple as that. Right, thank you, Provost.
No,
Provost,
thank you for your
19-1.
Okay, a 19-1, carry on.
Yeah, Provost, I was misrepresented there. I believe
How?
Councillor McCluckie suggested that I said that everything was perfect. I don't think at any point I said it was perfect. What I wanted to do was thank your staff for some of the brilliant stuff that they've done, and that goes from senior officers down to the guys on the front line. That's what I was trying to do, is actually say thank you to the people that work for us, all of them. I did not at any point say everything was perfect.
I apologise, convener. He didn't say the word perfect. No. He just went on about it for a quarter of an hour.
Okay, Councillor McCluckie, and I totally agreed with what Councillor Bowes had said. Okay, then, has everybody agreed that the recommendation contained within the report?
Provost.
Councillor Alexander, yes?
Thank you.
Sorry, never seen you.
That's okay. I'm going to see myself with this IT. I don't know if Karen is still with us in the IT area, but Karen will tell you, I hope Karen will confirm that there's been consultation between elected members, officers, and the trade unions. As long as she's a member, and for as long as I can remember, in 5 years. Also, both Councillor Bissett and Councillor yeah, sorry. The comment about what will have to change after the local authority elections in May. Both of them seem to indicate that there's something wrong with the relationship at the moment. And I think Councillor Kelly said it was a more mature relationship. We wanted that, but why didn't you start with an opposition? That would have been the way to start the process. At the moment, when everyone is equal, and then we head towards the democratic process in the elections.
Okay, I think we've lost you, Councillor Alexander.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're here. Carry on, sir. Thank you.
No, finished.
You're finished.
That was 2 points. Cardinality, one for Cardinality and one for Councillor Bissett. And for Care.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your input, sir. So have we agreed the recommendation? Thank you very much.
Agreed.
Now, thank somebody else shouting there?
Yeah, with an answer.
Okay, Karen, did you pick up what Councillor Alexander was saying there?
Promised if I understood the question, I think Councillor Alexander was asking me about the consultation, and yes, indeed, consultation has gone on with employees and trade unions over many years, and it's really important that we continue with that and continue to ensure it's positive. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Alexander.
The other point was the one for Councillors Care and Bissett.
Okay, and what was that question? Could you maybe just reiterate it again, Councillor?
Both of these reference to what needs to change after the elections and we want a more mature relationship. And what I asked was, why couldn't we have had that before the elections?
Right, okay.
I made the point, almost £5 million in unchartered capital.
I know. Okay. Well, Councillor Alexander, we'll not have any direct questions and debating with member to member, so we'll just leave it, and thank you very much for your input. Has everybody agreed the recommendation contained within?
Agreed.
Thank you. Now, before you go, first of all, I would like to thank very much and sincerely Councillor Meiklejohn for bringing forward that emergency motion. I think we've been in a bubble this afternoon, but when we go home this evening, we'll be putting our TVs on and we'll be sitting glued, like I will, all night, listening and watching the horrific situation in Ukraine. Now, before you go, we'd just like to say this. I would like to give you some words, and some words maybe of comfort, and hopefully we'll all say prayers for everybody there. We speak as one. I swear never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation. We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. Sometimes we must interfere when human lives are endangered, when human dignity is in jeopardy. National borders and sensitivities become irrelevant wherever men, women and children are persecuted because of their race, religion, sexuality or political views. That place must at that moment become the centre of the universe, and our voices must be heard. For evil to flourish, it only requires good men and women to do or say nothing. Today, history has recorded our voices through Cecil Meikle-John's notice of motion. Let's pray for Ukraine. Good night and a safe journey home. Thank you very much.
Well said, Provost.
Well said.
Thank you.
Aye.